Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Okay, we're ready.
Okay.
Dusty, you're
morning.
on mute. Are you talking? You got to unmute, Dusty. Okay.
Did the notice say we were supposed to start at 9:10? Was that changed to 9:10?
You got to unmute, Dusty.
Okay. We're good then. Was that changed to 9:10?
Are we ready? My screen just said recording in progress. Are we ready? My screen just said recording in progress.
Kathy Ship, shall I have Maisie just join by audio? Or Dusty, do you not prefer that?
Yeah.
Okay, am I ready to go?
Yes.
Good morning. I would like to call the October 22nd, 2020 virtual board meeting to order. The time is 9:10. I will start the meeting this morning with the board's mission statement and philosophy. Our mission statement: the mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the high standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration in addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So at this time, I would like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.127 and in accordance with the governor's disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 pandemic and his subsequent orders. Before we begin this morning, I would like to remind everyone to please keep their line on mute until they wish to address or speak to the board. At the time an individual wishes to speak to the board, they should unmute themselves and then after completing the remarks should return their line to mute. Please remember to turn off any apps and/or email that may be open or running on your devices for the duration of the meeting. Finally, please remember to mute and/or turn off any cell phones. I would also like to remind everyone that the meeting today is being recorded and at the same time it is also being sent out through a live link to the board's YouTube channel for the public to be able to observe this meeting today as it takes place. We will begin with the board member roll call. Ms. Thomas?
Representing LVN Education, Carol Hawkins.
Carol Hawkins, present.
Representing RN Practice, Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, present.
Representing RN Practice, Diana Flores.
Diana Flores, present.
Representing Consumers, Maisie Jackson. Ms. Jackson hasn't joined yet. Representing LVN Practice, Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Representing Baccalaureate Nursing Education, Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Edwards, present.
Representing Associate Degree Nursing Education, Tamara Rhodes.
Tamara Rhodes, present.
Representing Consumers, David Saucedo. I see David on the video giving us a thumbs up that he's present. I think he's having trouble with his audio there.
There, did that work, David?
Thank you. Present. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, good. And representing LVN Practice, Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, present.
Representing Advanced Practice Nursing, Kathy Ship.
Kathy Ship, present.
Representing Consumers, Francis Stokes.
Francis Stokes, present.
Representing Consumers, Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, present.
And representing LVN Practice, Kim Wright, and Ms. Wright is absent today.
Madam President, I want to announce that we've had a phone caller. I believe it is Maisie.
I think I just got it.
Does your phone number end in 89, Ms. Jameson?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Ms. Jameson's on the line.
Ms. Jameson's also on the call.
Ms. Thomas,
Uh-huh.
would you announce or call her name again? I think whenever you initially called her name, you said Maisie Jackson, possibly. And of course, she wasn't on the phone, but she's here now, so she can.
Representing Consumers, Maisie Jameson.
Here.
Thank you.
We have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff. So I think we will do this by, I will call your name and you can introduce yourself. Laura Disk.
Hi, good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I'm from Spar, Texas, and I represent RN Practice.
Thank you. Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education from Bel Air, Texas. Good morning.
Thank you. Diana Rodriguez Flores.
Good morning. I'm Diana Flores from Helotes, Texas, and I represent RN Practice.
Thank you. Carol Hawkins.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins, representing Vocational Nursing Education. I'm from San Antonio, Texas.
Thank you. Kathy Lederhorn.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice, and I reside in Granbury, and I practice in Fort Worth.
Thank you. Maisie Jameson.
Yes, this is Maisie Jameson. I represent consumers, and I'm calling from Dallas, Texas.
Thank you. Tamara Rhodes.
Tamara Rhodes, and I'm from Amarillo, Texas. I represent Associate Degree Nursing Education.
Thank you. David Saucedo.
Good morning. David Salcedo, representing the consumer from El Paso, Texas.
Thank you. Melissa Scott.
Hi, this is Melissa Scott, and I represent LVN Practice, and I live in Granbury, Texas, and work in Fort Worth as well.
Thank you. Francis Stokes.
Good morning. I'm Francis Stokes, representing consumers, and I'm from Port Aransas, Texas.
Thank you. Rick Williams.
Good morning. I'm Rick Williams, representing consumers. I'm from Killeen, Texas.
Thank you. And I'm Kathy Ship. I represent APRN Practice, and I live in Lubbock. Thank you. Thank you, board members. At this time, could we have staff? Ms. Thomas?
I'm Catherine Thomas. I'm the Executive Director. Good morning, everyone. Some of the staff will be joining the meeting a little bit later, but I'll tell you who is on the call right now and if they would just introduce themselves. Dusty?
Good morning. I'm Dusty Johnston, General Counsel for the board. Good morning.
Chris?
Good morning. I'm Kristen Benton, Director of Nursing for the board.
Patricia?
Good morning. I'm Patricia Vianas Cabrera, Executive Assistant for the board.
Virginia?
Good morning. I'm Virginia Ayers, Nursing Consultant for Education.
Jan Hooper?
Good morning, everybody. Jan Hooper. I'm one of the education consultants.
And I believe that's the staff who are on the call right now.
We also
I'm sorry.
have
I'm sorry,
Dan.
one person. Dan Fletcher, our IT manager, is also on the line helping us get through all the technology on this meeting. Sorry, Dan.
Thank you. Okay, board members and staff, let's get started reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes or corrections or amendments to the full agenda?
Madam President, there is one change to the agenda. Under agenda item 8.1, agreed orders, please remove the order of Maria Medina, RN 909739 from the agenda.
Thank you. Board members, the agenda has been changed to reflect the removal of the agreed order of Maria Medina, RN number 909739. Can I get a motion to approve the amended agenda with the noted change of removal of the agreed order of Maria Medina, RN number 909739? Could I have a motion from someone?
I'll make a
Madam
motion.
Chairman.
Oh, sorry.
Madam
Okay.
Chairman, this is Francis Stokes. I make a motion to approve the agenda of October 22nd, 2020 board meeting with noted removal under agenda item 8.1, agreed order of Maria Medina, RN number 909739.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Could I have a second is who?
Diana.
Can you raise your hand? Diana, okay. It's kind of hard to watch the screen, so if you say it and you'll raise your hand, that'll help me. Thank you, Ms. Flores. Okay, having a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda. If no objection from board members, the amended agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Okay, board members, let's review the minutes from the July 23rd board meeting and September 6, 2020 emergency board meeting. Okay, could I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Melissa Scott, and I move to approve the minutes of the July 23rd, 2020 board meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Carol Hawkins. I second the motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I see Ms. Jameson. So we have Maisie on the phone, but we also have her in visual. Great.
Yes.
So having a
Yes, I'm
motion,
here.
having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is for the consent agenda only. Okay. Continue with consent agenda, board members. Are there any recusals for the consent agenda?
This is Tamara Rhodes, and I need to recuse from item number 3.2.5, virtual survey visit of Amarillo College, as I currently work there.
Thank you. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 3.2.5, consideration of findings from virtual survey visit Amarillo College in Amarillo, Texas, vocational nursing education program?
Madam President, this is Diana Flores. I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 3.2.5, consideration of findings from virtual survey visit Amarillo College in Amarillo, Texas, vocational nursing education program.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 3.2.5, consideration of findings from virtual survey visit Amarillo College in Amarillo, Texas, vocational nursing education program?
Madam Chair, this is Rick Williams. I second.
Great. 2.5, consideration of findings from virtual survey visit. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Madam Chair, this is Rick Williams. I second.
Ms. Edwards? Dr. Edwards?
4.
Ms. Flores?
This is Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
This is Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jameson?
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo?
4, David Salcedo.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, for.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and Kathy Shipp, myself, 4. The motion passes. We will now take a vote on consent agenda item 3.2.5. Could I have a motion to approve agenda item 3.2.5, consideration of findings from virtual survey visit Amarillo College and Amarillo, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program on the consent agenda with the recusal of Tamara Rhodes?
Madam Chairman, this is Francis Stokes. I make a move to approve the consent agenda item 3.2.5, consideration of findings from virtual survey visit Amarillo College in Amarillo, Texas, Vocational Nursing Education Program.
Thank you. And with the recusal of Tamara Rhodes. Thank you. Is there a second on the motion to approve consent agenda item 3.25 with recusal of
This is
Tamara
Maisie
Rhodes?
Jamison. I second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Jamison. Having a motion and a second, we will now take an oral vote. Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Allison, Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Rodriguez Flores, okay, you were muted. I saw you.
Diana Flores, 4.
Great. Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Macy Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
and Ms. Rhodes showing as recused. David Saucedo, okay, he is showing on the screen a yes. He's voting yes. Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and Kathy Shipp, myself, 4, and the motion passes. You know, many of us are working from home. I have 2 dogs that I have outside. They're scratching on my door. I heard somebody else. You know, if I kennel them inside, they may speak to us as well. So I apologize in advance, but I've already heard somebody else's dog as well. So
This is Maisie Jamison. Those were my 2 dogs. And believe it or not, they've both been debarked, and that's still what comes out of their mouths.
So welcome to COVID. We have some extra members here today. Okay, board members, staff, and audience, we will now begin the meeting by holding the open forum. And the time is 9:29. So this is the introduction for the open forum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observation and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and our nursing practice issues, which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure of practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond this board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. We would normally invite those wanting to address the board to identify themselves and present information to share with the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. Board staff have received no requests for verbal public comments and one submission of written comments, which were provided to all board members. Having no request to present oral testimony, I am now closing the open forum, and the time is 9:32. Board members and staff will now proceed with consideration of the remaining agenda items. The next item for consideration is agenda item 1.1, Executive Director's Report. Ms. Kathy Thomas will be presenting.
Good morning, Madam President and members of the board. You have a written report from me. I do want to highlight a couple things and then give you a brief COVID update. There is a new National Council of State Boards of Nursing video called Making Travel Nursing Easier with a Multi-State License. I did provide the link to that video in my report, and I think it's very helpful. We will be putting that out on our website and on our Facebook post. Regarding reciprocal licensing and military base location decisions, the Department of Defense has announced that they will be making decisions about locations and other allocations as in part being based on the strictness of state policy for reciprocal licensing. So in particular, DoD points out that they want to see an increase in the number of states adopting licensing compacts for reciprocal licensing. So that's very supportive, and I thought you'd want to know that. We have not hired any staff since the last board meeting that are here. We are not filling. I'm sorry, I don't know where I left off. Ms. Cabrera? Let me just go back to where staffing, I think that's where I might have been. Okay. So we have not hired new staff since the last board meeting, and we are not filling many of the positions because of the 5% budget reductions that we were required to take. We have been successful at saving that money and paying the state that money. So we will fill some positions in 2021 based on available revenue. And so we're examining that now, and hopefully we'll have some new staff to introduce to you in January. I wanted to give you an update on COVID and the board's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The 6-month waiver that was granted by the governor for license renewal expired on September 30th, 2020. So individuals will be renewing according to their schedule going forward. The reinstatement waivers that were granted by the governor, this agency has approved applications for reinstatement and approved 5,476 applications as of September 30th. So that gives us a nice pool of nurses. We're trying to determine whether these individuals are working right now. And when we talk about our vaccine response, when the time comes, we want these individuals who may have not gained employment to be able to help with the vaccine administration at that time. Our offices remain closed to the public, and staff are mostly working remotely for safety reasons. We have about 17 to 27% of our staff in the office during the week, and our call center is operational Monday through Friday. As far as vaccinations being available for the COVID-19 virus, the staff has been reaching out to representatives from the Texas Department of Emergency Management and the State Health Department. We're coordinating a request for a waiver that we've sent to the governor for Rule 224-8C5, nursing tasks that are prohibited from delegation. This is to allow RNs to delegate administration of vaccines to nursing students and other licensed personnel who've received appropriate training. In lieu of proceeding with the waiver, we have contacted these individuals who are staff contacts at DSHS and shared that waiver with them. They have a vaccination plan that they've submitted to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And the plan provides a framework for allocation and distribution of the vaccine. That plan has not been approved yet, and it will be updated based on the CDC's feedback and any additional information about vaccine development and availability that they receive. So stay tuned. We'll let you know what our contacts at these agencies say and whether we'll proceed with that waiver or not. As far as the NCLEX examination goes, in response to the pandemic, NCSBN had initially cut back on the length of the test, just eliminating those items that were for experimental purposes only and not counting towards a pass score. So the remainder of the exam, which is what the student or candidate is evaluated on, remained the same. But as of October 1st, 2020, National Council has made modifications to that exam. It will retain some of the characteristics of the modified exam, but otherwise will be much like the exam was before. The difficulty levels and passing standards of the exam, however, don't change. So the modifications include that there's pre-test items that will be reintroduced at that time, and each candidate gets 15 of those pre-test items. They take those items voluntarily, so they're not required to do that. And the minimum length of the exam has increased to to a maximum length of 145 items, minimum of 75 items. The examination time itself will be 5 hours. There are voluntary next generation NCLEX special research questions that are also reintroduced, and again, these are optional. The NCLEX tutorial that's been available will be replaced by a general guide and some test taking tips. A more detailed explanation is available on the National Council's website, but specific questions can be addressed to their email address at nclexinfo@ncsbn.org. The Pearson VUE testing centers are going to continue to adhere to all the CDC guidelines for social distancing and cleaning and disinfection. Candidates and testing center personnel will be screened, and they're required to wear a mask while they're in the center. Our workshops, as I mentioned in July, have converted to virtual presentations, and we've conducted 2 of those thus far very successfully. There are 2 more coming up in the near future. In education, we have held 2 new deans and directors orientations that were virtual, 1 information session for programs who are interested in applying to Texas for approval, and 3 virtual surveys have been completed. So we are really fully immersed in the virtual world right now. Also, all of our hearings at the State Office of Administrative Hearings are conducted virtually. And since July, August, and September, we've conducted 21 SOA hearings. Those are formal contested hearings. And we've had 29 mediations in the same time period. So those are some of the updates I wanted to provide to you, and board members, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Ms. Ship, if you're talking, you're muted and we can't hear you.
I was muted. This is Kathy Ship, and I was just going to say that yesterday from National Council, I received that notice, and some of you may have also, but on the website, it really explains all that you talked about, and is very thorough. So they definitely might want to go to that site and see all that information. Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Thomas? Okay, so at this time, it is about 20 till 10, and we do not have our Sul Ross University group coming in until 10. And so we are trying to keep our agenda to flow. And one of the things that we can do with the items that are on here is we can go ahead and go back to the end of the meeting, which we usually do save to the end, and we can talk about the eligibility and disciplinary committee meeting and informal conference dates, and that's 9.1. So I don't remember what we used. Was it Sign Up Genius? I can't remember what we went to. I think it worked really well. We did have a few duplications, but I appreciate what people were putting out there. And we have an addition. If you can look at your committees and task force for 2021, the September 14th, Ms. Jameson said she will do that consumer spot that's missing a person. And so at this time, all of the spots are filled, except we need an LVN member for June 8th, an LVN member for September 14th, and for December 14th. So Ms. Wright, I think, has already gone on and put in, and I see that Kathy Lederhorn had put in before. I'm not sure if Melissa Scott can do any of those. You know, our eligibility and disciplinary committees say that we would, if at all possible, have an RN member, an LVN member, and a consumer member, so all are represented. So is there, and I don't know, you can get back to us, Melissa, if you think you can do any of those, but that's just what the need is right now. And I want to thank everyone who has been so good to step in when life happens and someone has to cannot do what they, the position that they said they would do at that time. And everyone has observed, so we definitely have all of our members up to speed and available if their schedule allows. So does anyone need to change any of those that they have put on here when they went in to Sign Up Genius, or are we still good where we're at? Can y'all kind of give me some head shakes?
This is Melissa Scott, and I can do those 3 dates, June 8th, September 14th, and
December 14th.
Yes.
That'd be two months kind of close, September, December, but you still
can do that.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, yay. Gosh, thank you, Sign Up Genius. This really was a laborious event in the past. Okay, so in the past, last year, we had board development liaison was Kim Wright and Rick Williams. And so is there anyone that wants to do that? Kim is not here to ask, but if anybody's interested in working on that, or Rick, if you still want to stay on it. The strategic planning liaison was Rick and Francis. Our Francis will be going off next year at some point whenever there's a replacement, and we appreciate you so much, Francis, and we really hate to see you go. We thank you. Did you want to say something?
It's been fun the last 6 years. I can't believe it's been 6 years already.
I know.
I still remember that first meeting when everything was a complete blur.
Madam President, could I ask you to clarify that we've moved on to agenda item 9.2, which is the appointment of the board members to committees?
Oh, yes. I will. So 9.2 is appointment of board members to committees. And we do have that and task forces. So thank you. Okay, so well, we thank you, Francis. And we have appreciated all that you've done and your willingness to be here. And I know it's kind of deer in the headlights at that first meeting, but look at you making all these motions now and just stepping up for us. So thank you. Although you'll still keep coming until you're replaced, but just for the committee assignments, we'll move on from that. Thank you. So we had strategic planning, had Rick and Francis, and you'll see them being internal auditor liaisons is Francis Stokes. So board budget liaison, okay, David has stepped out. So is there anyone that wants to be on any of those? Or I don't know, Rick, did you want to stay there?
Madam Chair, I'm fine with staying on those two.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and David, did you want to stay as the budget liaison?
Yes, that's yeah, that won't be a problem. I think really didn't take up too much time, so I don't mind.
Okay, great. Thank you. So is there anyone that wants to do the internal auditor liaison or strategic planning? Okay. Let's go on to board advisory committees. I do the advanced practice because I'm the advanced practice representative to the board, Kathy Shipp, so I'll still stay on those two, advanced practice nursing and APR and liaison committee. And then we have our advisory committee on education and our 3 educational representatives, Carol Hawkins, Dr. Edwards, and Tamara Rhodes will still stay in that committee on education and the liaison committee, those 3. Nursing Practice Advisory Committee right now has Melissa Scott and Diana Rodriguez Flores. Do you guys want to stay there or move off? Or
I'm good with, this is Diana. Sorry. This is Diana Flores. I'm good with those.
This is
Okay.
Melissa Scott, and I am good with that as well.
Okay, great. Advisory Committee on Licensure, Eligibility, and Discipline. I have Maisie Jameson and Kathy Lederhorn. So are you guys still good to stay there? Do you want to go off? Okay,
President
Kathy.
Shipp, this is Kathy Lederhorn, and I'm good. I can stay on that committee.
Okay. Okay, Maisie, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes, I can stay.
Okay, and that's Maisie Jameson saying that she'll stay. Okay, Growth in Nursing Education Task Force. And I think that task force is still meeting. Is that right, Dr. Edwards? And Laura Disk has been on there. Are you good to stay there or?
Yes, ma'am. I'll stay.
Okay, so Dr. Edwards is motioning that she is, and Laura Disk. Okay. So going back to strategic planning and internal auditor liaison is, there I think on the board development, we'll just keep Kim on there. She's not here to say no. And she did a great job before. If she doesn't want to do that, we'll remove her, but we'll leave Kim on for now. And I think on the strategic planning, if no one says that they will do that, I will do that. Unless somebody else raised their hand and wants to do it. David? Go ahead.
Can you hear
David?
me? Yeah, I can join you for the strategic planning if you'd like.
Okay, well, Rick is on there. So we can put you on there, David, or that internal auditor liaison as well. Or Diana, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I'm interested in the strategic planning as well. But
okay. All right. We usually have two people. David?
No, I was gonna say, well, better Rick and a nurse then versus two consumers. So that's fine. Was that Diana?
Yes.
Yeah, no, Diana, please go for it.
Okay. So what about you doing with your business background and everything, that internal auditor liaison?
We can do that. So I'll do internal audit and board budget. That's good. Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, board members, thank you so much for saying you will do these extra things and helping our board agenda and things that we have purview over. So we've got our calendar, and one of the things, so I'm going back, that's 9.2. We have just a couple of minutes here, just a few. And let's go back to 9.1 on the committee. The way that our year works, we go September, October, November is a quarter. December, January, February is a quarter. And so we don't need an informal to be observed in January and February. And we have Mr. Salcedo put himself down for that. And so we just need one of those, David. And we've got March, April, and May. Maisie, you did March and May. You only need one of those.
Whatever.
Because it's once a quarter needs to be observed.
Okay. Just pick one for me.
Okay. So how about March 2nd?
Okay.
And we'll take you off of May.
Okay.
And David, do you want to come off of January 5th or February 2nd?
This is for the observation only?
Yeah, of informal.
Informal. Take me off of the ladder, please.
Okay, February. So we'll leave you on January 5th.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we're good. June, July, and August. Maisie, you've got one that's there. It's June. And then September, October, and November. Maisie, you have October and November, so you only need to do one of those.
Okay, let's just go with October.
Okay, so we'll take off that November 2nd. And then David, you'll be off. Well, that'll be the end of next year. So that could start. That's not going to be in this one. And I don't have the calendar in front of me to show if anybody was going to do informals in December of this year. Let me see. I think I do. No, I don't have anyone doing that, so we're good. David, if you do that January, nobody was observing in December, so we've got all of our quarters covered. Good. Great. Okay, thank you. So I think we can, Patricia, start getting ready for, it's about 4 minutes till 10.
Okay. I'm going to start to let in the representatives from Sol Ross. If I could get confirmation from Virginia or Jan that these are the representatives for Sol Ross. Jay Downing.
Yes.
Robert Kinucan.
Yes.
Geraldine Goosen.
Yes.
They have now been admitted into the meeting.
Thank you, Patricia.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Ayers. Trying to see everybody else. And Dr. Hooper, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rob.
Get the light.
Okay, so hello, I'm Kathy Ship, President of the Board of Nursing, representing APR in practice. And so I have 3 members, Dr. Ayers. Okay, all right. We've got just a couple of minutes.
Madam President.
Yes.
Madam President, this is Catherine. Excuse me.
Dr. Goshen, are we anticipating 2 more from Sol Ross to join us?
The President Gallego, I saw Dr. Kanukin, and I saw Dean Downing. So,
yes. And I can mention Dr. Case, the former provost, Provost Kanukin's predecessor, sitting off camera in case for some reason President Gallego cannot join us today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be my question, Madam President.
So, okay, so I had down that there were 5. And so, Robert Kanukin,
Yes.
have, okay, and James Downing.
Yes.
And Geraldine Goosen. And, okay, so we're still waiting for Pete Gallego and Jimmy Case.
Dr. Case is in my office, just off camera. He was he was a backup person in case President Gallego was not able to join us, or he's traveling, so there might be connection difficulties.
Okay.
So if you would like, and if President Gallego has not been able to join us, I'd be glad to start us off.
Excuse me, Madam President, if you could confirm for me the phone number that you're expecting Mr. Gallegos to call in on from his number. I have someone that's calling in, but I can't identify them.
Oh, let me see if I can find.
The last 2 digits, well, they just disconnected. Never mind, they disconnected.
Well, they could tell you that number just in case they tried again.
Okay. If the last 2 digits are 99.
That's not a number I have for Pete, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's a number that he would be calling in from. Can you give the entire number? Is it a 432-837 number?
It doesn't display the full number. It only will give me the area code in the last two, and they already disconnected, so I don't have the other digits anymore.
Okay.
So
Does anyone have his cell?
I have a mobile form as 432.
Oh, wait, I don't, you're in a public meeting that's being displayed. I don't project it out. I'm not sure you want to.
I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
Hey, Rob, excuse me, Jimmy just called the president's office and the president is in his office, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. They are, to let everyone know, or Ms. Vianis Cabrera, they are trying to connect, is what they just told Dr. Case.
I have him now. He should, here we go. He should be coming in now.
Okay, wonderful.
Dr. Gallego? I see his screen. Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning. Is this Dr. Gallego? I'm sorry.
Gallego? Uh-huh. No, doctor.
Great. Oh, okay, great. All right, this is Kathy Shipp, President of the Board of Nursing. All right, it is 10:03, and board members will now consider agenda item 3.2.11, consideration of proposal to establish a new pre-licensure nursing education program, State University in Alpine, Texas, education program. So, Ms. Vianis Cabrera, are you ready for us to go? Okay, so this is a public hearing for a new nursing education program. Under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupation Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Sol Ross to establish a new nursing education program in Alpine, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Sol Ross University will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff have received no such request. The proceedings this morning will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 15 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you are addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. Will the representatives of Sol Ross Nursing Education Program raise their right hand to be sworn in? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And I would like each one of you to say your name and say your answer.
Hi, this is Pete Gallego, and yes.
Okay.
This is Robert Kanukin, and yes.
Okay,
This is James Downing. Yes.
okay, thank you. You're muted.
Hear me now?
Yes.
This is Jerry Goshen, and yes.
Thank you. Thank you. The board now recognizes Virginia Ayers and, Dr. Ayers and Dr. Hooper.
Thank you, President Shipp. Good morning. Sul Ross State University is requesting approval to establish a pre-licensure baccalaureate degree nursing education program in Alpine, Texas. Sul Ross is part of the Texas State University system and is currently accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, or SACS. In 2017, Sul Ross began operation of an RN to BSN program that has achieved national nursing accreditation from the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education through 2028. The Sul Ross BSN program is designed to prepare nurses to serve the rural communities of the medically underserved and economically deprived 19-county area served by the university. The enrollment plan for 5 years will begin with an annual cohort of 12 students, with a projected modest growth to 20 students annually by the 5th year. The nursing curriculum will be delivered in a hybrid format with online courses for the didactic content and face-to-face instruction for skills laboratory, simulation lab activities, and clinical learning experiences. Dr. Jerry Goshen is the proposed director for the BSN program and is the primary author of the proposal. Dr. Goshen has many years of professional nursing experience, primarily in critical care, and is an accomplished nurse educator in both undergraduate and graduate nursing education. In 2007, Dr. Goshen developed a program for licensed vocational nurses to complete an associate degree nursing program at Southwest Texas Junior College in Uvalde and served as the program director for 12 years. Dr. Goshen also initiated the establishment of the RN to BSN program at Sul Ross Rio Grande College in 2017. Dr. Goshen recruited a group of highly qualified nurse educators to participate in the program development and to serve as faculty members. The names of these individuals may be familiar to many of you. Dr. Mary Ann Hanley, Dr. Lolly Lockhart, Dr. Mary Fenton, and Dr. Tara Haskins. Dr. Haskins is the rural nursing expert. I would now ask the Sul Ross University representatives to introduce themselves and to share their vision of this new baccalaureate degree nursing program with you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayers. Hello, my name is Pete Gallego. I've been the president of Sul Ross State University since June of this year. We are very excited about the opportunity to offer a BSN. It aligns perfectly with our mission of public service, especially as you outlined in the 19-county area, rural area that we serve between essentially the El Paso County line and the Webb County line on the U.S. border with Mexico. It's about 2/3 of the Texas border with Mexico. Our outreach and our work with those rural communities in areas that would have no other options for higher education has been extremely rewarding, and we're in our 100th year, actually celebrating our 100th year since our first student showed up on our campus. As I indicated, this aligns perfectly with our mission. We're very excited, particularly in light of the ability to provide additional health care for those folks who need it. Texas has had a nursing shortage for some time. and it is particularly acute in the rural areas, which we hope to address. So we appreciate the board's consideration. We certainly appreciate Dr. Goshen's expertise and her work in putting this together. We look forward to working with the board towards successful fruition of this proposal.
Thank you. Okay.
All righty. Well, good morning. I'm Dr. Rob Knudkin, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Sul Ross State University. Thank you for the opportunity to present our pre-licensure Bachelor of Science in Nursing proposal to you. Sul Ross has been, as President Gallego stated, the bedrock for higher education in the remote Big Bend region of Texas for the past 100 years. This nursing program fulfills the mission of our university exactly as envisioned by the legislature when they created Sul Ross in 1917. Meeting the needs of the remote and underserved border region of far west Texas. I've raised a family and lived in Alpine for the past 32 years, and through my family's affiliation with area physicians and our hospital, it has been self-evident that finding skilled nursing healthcare providers to live and work in the region has been a perennial struggle. I still encounter nurses at the doctor's office that I knew as students at Sul Ross or Alpine High School. This nursing shortage and the challenge to find skilled professionals that desire to live in and serve this community is well recognized and a frequent topic of conversation among locals. Bringing a Bachelor of Science in Nursing program to Sul Ross State University is an endeavor that is strongly supported and welcomed by the community. It will greatly strengthen and enhance the availability and quality of healthcare in this unique part of Texas. Next up is Dr. Jay Downing, Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, the academic home for the proposed program. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. As Rob mentioned, my name's Jay Downing, and I'm Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Sul Ross State University. I want to echo the comments of President Gallego and Provost Knudkin concerning our excitement at the possibilities for a BSN program for the institution and for far west Texas. We are a unique university and a novel region of our state. One constant interest and concern I have received from many stakeholders over the past 28 years that I've lived here with my family has been with what you're considering today, the possibilities for offering a BSN program, and basically when were we going to make one happen. From the university community, the medical community, and the far west Texas population, there is a profound eagerness to support the proposed program and to see it improve the lives of the region's population. Importantly, potential students in the area are also interested in entering the program and earning their BSN. Overall, the program is very eagerly anticipated by residents of the region. Thank you for considering our proposal. I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Geraldine Goshen, who along with her consultant colleagues did the excellent and difficult work in preparing our proposal. Jerry?
Good morning. Thank you, Jay. It has been a very intense 2 years to establish the guidelines and the entire program as we have it presented to you in both the compact proposal as well as the summary from Dr. Ayers and Dr. Hooper. We have worked closely together as a faculty group, and from the beginning we recognized the need in our area to focus the entire curriculum on rural border health. And that is reflected very much, I believe, in the both the curriculum and the philosophy, the conceptual framework, and the expected outcomes of students in the area. The interest in the program has been phenomenal. We have received surprisingly tremendous interest from faculty, and a large number of the faculty that are interested and we have discussed with them the potential for teaching in this hybrid program, but I continue to get calls from people who have been raised in the Big Bend area and wish to return, as well as people that are attracted to the Big Bend area. So some of the fears that I had at the beginning of the availability of faculty have certainly gone away because we are really blessed with highly qualified individuals to guide and teach our students through the 2-year curriculum that we have prepared for the program. I had summarized some information, but all of this is actually in the proposal. And I think probably at this point in time, I would, if it's all right, Dr. Ayers, just open it up for questions because of the vast amount of information that we have. And I would like to say before that begins, that it is truly a pleasure to live in a state where we have guidance and continued monitoring of our nursing education. This to me provides the opportunity for higher expectations from people who will be potential members of the profession of nursing. And it has been, it's been a great experience for the people that I've worked with, including the administrators, all of the faculty, and additional leaders from Sul Ross that have not been able to attend today, but I'm sure that they will be listening. So at any rate, if it's all right, because of time, we can open it up for questions if that's appropriate.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you all for showing your passion for the people in the area that you serve. It does my heart good. I'm from West Texas, and our rural people need healthcare as much as the urban areas. Thank you for that. So at this time, board members, do you have some questions? Dr. Edwards?
Good morning, Sul Ross representatives. This was 1,148 pages of a proposal that I have to say was the most impressive, unique, and thorough proposal I have ever seen. And then when I was just listening about the consultants, I heard you say Mary Fenton, who happened to be the dean when I was in nursing school, so that kind of dates me, but she was amazing then. And that's not to say that just because she was a consultant, like I said, I just like to go through some things as I work through the 1,148 pages. I didn't read every line, but what I did focus on were the course descriptions, because it is so unique, because you were focusing on this rural and border population. In reviewing the course descriptions, I noticed that you weaved population health throughout all the courses, which is, you're ahead of the curve with the baccalaureate essentials on that. And everything seemed to be in compliance with the current baccalaureate AAC and baccalaureate essentials, but now you've exceeded that with addressing population health, which is the new essentials that are not rolled out completely yet.
Right.
So of course I started to question some things, because I thought, well, this is so specific to the rural and urban population. You're going to be producing this cohort of RNs that are more specialized for that population. How can they practice if they move away from that region? And then you answered that in courses 4304 and 4542, when you included emergency room practice and operating room practice. That is also very unique for curricula to address ER and OR. Those are very rarely addressed. And in fact, one of the reasons I went to UT Medical Branch when Dr. Fenton was there was because they had an OR course. So I was so glad to see that. And then I moved through the rest of the course descriptions, and I noted the clinical evaluation had 4 domains. And so I'm looking at the 4 domains that you're evaluating the nursing performance on, because I'm clinical track. And I'm looking at what your descriptors are for each of the criteria that you're evaluating each of those domains for the RN's outcomes in a practice setting. And I noticed that they were very descriptive and probably one of the best clinical evaluation tools I've seen out there, because I look at that a lot because I'm clinical track. And so immediately I thought, well, this eliminates any kind of divergence with inter-rater reliability. And then I go later into the document and I noticed that you actually have a policy about inter-rater reliability. So I was like, wow, you have not missed a beat. And for those of you who may or may not be familiar with inter-rater reliability, it is just, it's a means by making sure that an evaluation tool does not introduce any kind of bias or subjectivity. And that's a real simplified way of addressing inter-rater reliability, but their clinical evaluation tool eliminates that possibility. And then they have a policy to boot. So I just have a few comments that are so minor about the proposal. And one of them is, and I could have missed this somewhere, that your plan is for 12 students a year, up to 20 by the 5th year, but your data was showing that your region really needs 30 RNs in 2 years. So my question is, were you conservative because of the faculty availability, which you addressed just a minute ago, saying you allayed those fears and people had come back to the region, but why so conservative?
At this point in time, we really will be having students in clinical areas that have never had students before. And so therefore, not only do we need to educate the key people in our clinical experiences to be able to manage this, help with the students' learning, but during the last semester, we'll be selecting preceptors that will be working directly with the students. So this in and of itself is important to do in a very concise manner and help people to be comfortable with students being present and to be sure that the learning activities address the objectives of the courses as they progress through the program. The other piece, of course, is just the evaluation of the clinical sites and those sites that will be the very best experiences for the students to have. We are aware also that the types of patients that our students will have access to will be somewhat limited because the high acuity patients will be transferred to the Midland Odessa area. So this, of course, will have to be simulated. As a beginning program, starting with brand new personnel, brand new clinical sites that need to be evaluated very methodically, we felt that a smaller number would be ideal for the beginning and then move forward. I think the second year we addressed in the table that we would have 14. At that point in time, after a year, we may actually be able to take more than that. And again, because of the interest of highly qualified faculty that want to be a part of this program, this really will expand our potential to take in more students. So there's a host of reasons to keep our numbers down. And after conferring with Dr. Hooper and Dr. Ayers, they agreed that in a sparsely populated area, this might be ideal. In retrospect, we may find that was too conservative. But I think for the first year, it's important that we hold to a number around that, around 12 or so as we progress through. And of course, given some of the restrictions with COVID, which we didn't know originally when we presented this, and you know, it has different area, has different meanings in different areas. Actually, our clinical sites are not restricting us. I have asked that question, and they have contacted their superiors, their agencies, et cetera. And as long as we do not overcrowd areas such as the emergency room, they are willing to have the students in their facilities. So this has not been a barrier for our area compared to some of the areas closer to San Antonio where I actually live. So those are the reasons that we decided to start with the smaller number.
And I absolutely agree. I just, in addressing, I think it was conservative, but yeah, I was hoping that your outcomes will produce, that your cohorts will produce good outcomes, and so that you can grow it if your outcomes are good. And it's very rare that clinical sites are not restricting. We are struggling at the largest Texas medical center in the world right here in Houston, Texas. So,
yes,
just having to get our foot in the door and really having to advocate for the students. So I did notice all your simulation that was built in for high acuity, and then you had pediatric. Just a couple more comments. Because you wrote this 2 years ago, or it was produced at the time of, you started it 2 years ago. Since then, there has been a new APA version, and I noticed in your syllabus you had APA 6th edition, so now there's a 7th edition, so I would just recommend updating that piece. And then the only other thing is I really couldn't find where psych was related, because your population, there's a lot of focus on human sex trafficking coming from the border areas, and people that may, families that may have PTSD. So psych, I was looking for psych, and I really couldn't find that in the courses. Can you tell me where psych is addressed?
First of all, it's introduced in the concepts course. There are some of the concepts would be related to anxiety and some of those areas. Then in Healthcare Concepts 2, actually we begin with the psych content in that particular course. And that content will be taught, we plan to have that taught by nurse practitioners and people with backgrounds, strong backgrounds in psych care. And I've recently had an inquiry from a nurse who has her own psych practice. And so this is beneficial. The availability of psych patients, especially acute psych, we have to further explore. And since that isn't necessary right at the beginning, we will continue to do that certainly between now and when we accept students, and then ongoing. But we do feel that psych is an integral part of behavioral health, is an integral part of our care for every patient. And so therefore, by starting the content and introducing the content early, and having the students be comfortable with assessing for anxiety and problems that occur with the elderly patient population, et cetera. We do have a facility at the hospital that addresses some of these areas for depression and so forth. And they will rotate through that very early also. Their rotation for the healthcare for competencies 2 will include a rotation through that facility. So our intent is to incorporate behavioral health, and as we are able to access more acute facilities, include that in the last semester of the senior year.
Thank you so much. And then just a final comment. If your outcomes are good with this plan and proposal for this baccalaureate program, and your students do well, I think you need to disseminate this in research and into the journals, because it is so unique, and because you did such a phenomenal job weaving all of the baccalaureate essentials throughout all the courses, and even addressing population health. I think you guys need to publish this. It's great.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Ship, could I make a comment? This is Jan. I want to tell Dr. Edwards how much we appreciate your good review because it helps to validate when we review a proposal. And this proposal was exceptional to us. So I'm glad to hear you validate that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is Tamara Rhodes, and I had a couple of other questions. I definitely want to piggyback on Dr. Edwards. I was totally blown away by your presentation. It was amazingly thorough. It was very unique. I honestly, as a nurse educator, I felt like I could pick it up and teach it just because you had so much detail. And I feel like almost any nurse educator could just go in that classroom and pick it up. So that says a lot. I was very, very impressed with your presentation. Being an educator, I don't know a lot about, I don't understand a lot of the financial part of the process, but I did have a couple of questions regarding that. I noticed that your budget included, it would be financed through designated tuition. Could somebody address that for me and explain how the budget will be pulled together?
President Gallego.
So the issue for us with respect to so the issue for us with designated tuition is the tuition that we raise locally through our tuition for our students. It doesn't come immediately from the state's funding formulas because the state's funding formulas take a while to kick in. And so the idea is that we would use our own local revenue, locally raised revenue, in order to fund the program. So that what we talk about when we talk about the designated tuition, those would be institutional funds that are raised through tuition students pay.
Okay, because I noticed, will it be across the board through all tuition, or is it just going to be these 12 students that you're initially taking on?
Well, we expect that the program is not going to be self-sufficient immediately. It has to grow a little bit before we can cover all of the expenses. So there is an understanding that other programs across the university are going to have to subsidize this, but it is a priority for us because it aligns so well with our mission and because it's such important work that we're willing to do that.
Okay, fabulous. That was, it does look like a remarkable program, and I want to make sure that you'll have the funding to sustain it and keep it going. I did also have the same concerns with Ms. Porter, with Dr. Edwards regarding your low numbers, but when I looked at your facilities that are supporting you, you have 4 small hospitals that have anywhere between 14 to 25 beds. So I think it is a very wise choice to go ahead and start small and grow from there.
Well, as the issue for us, as Dr. Goshen mentioned, is that the partners that we're working with, this is also the first time for them to have a program like this in their area. So it's new to everybody. We figured that we would be conservative. We would start a little slowly to make sure that we had all of our I's dotted and all of our T's crossed, and that we move forward progressively to grow the program. And so the idea was that we would start a little small as we train not only the nurses in our program, but frankly, it involves some work with our partners as well.
Right. And I do think that's a very wise decision. So I did notice that you have simulation every single week throughout your program, and that you do have plans to purchase some high fidelity mannequins in the future. So have you looked at any grants, any processes to go through to help fund those?
We're looking through, actually, for whatever reason, we are blessed with the fact that our part of the world, Alpine, Marfa, Fort Davis, this part of the world seems to be in vogue right now nationally, with the artist colonies growing in Marfa, for example, and the things going on in Fort Davis. So we're talking to various groups about helping us through this. Obviously, the goal is to raise as much money on the side so that the designated tuition doesn't have that deep a hole to fill. But yes, that process is ongoing and it looks very promising at this point.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for your input. And I do look forward to seeing your continued growth. And I'm very impressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara.
Okay, board members, does anyone have anything else? Any other questions or comments? Okay, all right. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion on agenda item 3.2.11?
Let me navigate over to it. And, okay. Let me refresh because for some reason my board docs has gone offline.
Okay, is there another member that has it up that could make the motion? So she's having some IT issues that are common in this format.
Madam President, this is Diana Flores.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion in consideration of proposal to establish a new pre-licensure nursing education program, Sul Ross State University in Alpine, Texas, baccalaureate degree nursing education program.
I'll second. Allison Edwards.
Okay.
Madam President, I'm going to have to ask for a clarification on the motion, please.
Okay.
Can you go back to that motion and restate it for me, please?
Okay, Diana, the motion is stated under the 3.211. I'm not sure where you were reading. It's at the end of that.
Right. Okay, yeah, let me find it again now.
Where it says move to grant.
Okay, yes, okay. This is Diana Flores. I move to grant initial approval to the Sul Ross State University to establish a new baccalaureate degree nursing education program in Alpine, Texas, and impose the conditions requirements in the attached letter and board order.
I'll second the motion.
Am I still reading the wrong place?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was muted. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
And please announce yourself as you're making your vote. Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Rodriguez Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo?
4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And myself, Kathy Ship, 4. So the motion passes. Congratulations. We'll look forward to seeing the rest of this story. So good luck to all of you, and thank you for being here. And Dr. Hooper and Dr. Ayers will be in touch with you.
Thank you so much. This was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, board members, we're a little bit behind right now. I think we need a break. And so we will go ahead and try to keep it at 10 minutes. And I have that it's 20 till 11. And so if you could come back and let me see the time. Yeah, it's 10:40. If you can come back at 10:50, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. And mute.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Kathy Ship, and we are live for our meeting. It's 10:57. We will now consider agenda item 3.2.10, consideration of change in approval status from initial to conditional based upon program performance and findings from a virtual survey visit, Cybertech Institute of Technology in Austin, Texas, Vocational Nursing Education Program. At this time, our General Counsel, Dusty Johnston, has a statement.
Madam President, this is Carol Hawkins. I need to recuse myself from this for the reasons of being that I'm a former employer of Cybertech Institute of Technology. This is Carol Hawkins.
Okay, you were an employee.
Faculty.
Okay, or faculty.
Former.
President Ship, the only announcement I was going to make is to verify that Ms. Hawkins was not going to be involved in any part of this deliberation or participate in any way, and based on her previous employment, and I think that her announcement satisfies that announcement.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Was there, but is there any objection from Cybertech to that process that we've just established?
Dustin, this is Jeff Connor, counsel for Cybertex, and so I appreciate you clarifying that for the record. And then we assume that Ms. Hawkins has not had any conversation about her employer with the staff or the board that would be ex parte on this issue.
No, I have not.
Thank you.
Well, right. Staff had communicated with her to the extent that we had knowledge of her employment and her need to recuse herself prior to today.
Okay. The board now recognizes Dr. Ayers and Dr. Hooper.
Thank you, President Ship. Good morning again. In presenting this agenda item, board staff feel it is important to provide an historical framework supporting staff's recommendation. Therefore, this introduction may be longer than usual. We appreciate your patience as we review pertinent data points. At the October 2014 board meeting, Cybertech Institute of Technology was approved by the board to operate a 16-month face-to-face vocational nursing program in Austin, Texas. The NCLEX pass rate for the first graduating cohort during 2016 was 40%. With 4 of 10 first-time test takers successfully completing the licensure examination. The program was required to submit a self-study report due July 2017 to evaluate factors that may have contributed to the graduate's performance on the NCLEX. Multiple extensions were granted to the program director by board staff over the next 8 months, but the self-study report was not received until March 2018. Although corrective measures may have been initiated, the 2017 NCLEX pass rate was 45.95%, with 17 of 37 first-time test takers passing the NCLEX. The approval status for the program was changed from initial approval to conditional approval at the April 2018 board meeting due to delays in the program submitting reports, significant failure to achieve an 80% pass rate for 2 consecutive years, and failure to meet the board's requirements in a timely manner. In May 2018, board staff and staff from the Texas Workforce Commission conducted a joint survey visit. Board staff identified the following areas for immediate attention: lack of hands-on clinical learning experiences for nursing care of children and maternity nursing, and ineffective utilization of the skills and simulation lab. Secondly, lack of student involvement in student governance to provide an avenue to resolve student issues that were identified during the survey visit. 2 new requirements were issued at the July 2018 board meeting based upon this survey visit to address these areas of concern. In December 2018, Ms. Karen Knott Anderson was appointed by CyberTech's administration and approved by the board to become the program director, following the resignation of the previous director. Ms. Knott Anderson had served as a faculty member at CyberTech since August 2017. The 2018 NCLEX pass rate was 79.55%, with 35 of 44 first-time candidates passing the licensure examination. In March 2019, board staff met with CyberTech's administration and the program director to discuss the status of the nursing program and potential board action. CyberTech's representatives requested the program be allowed to continue on conditional approval status until the end of December 2019, with no new students to be enrolled. Between December 2018 and March 2019, Ms. Knott Anderson secured appropriate clinical contracts for hands-on clinical learning experiences for nursing care of children and maternity nursing, as well as implemented other changes, including minor revisions of the NCLEX PN review course. At the April 2019 board meeting, the board voted to allow the program to remain on conditional approval. In December 2019, 18 students were enrolled in the program and were expected to graduate at the end of December 2019. 2 of these students began the program in 2016, 5 began in 2017, and 11 students began in 2018. It was concerning that students had been enrolled for almost 4 years in a 16-month program of study and were still working toward completion of graduation requirements. The 2019 NCLEX pass rate was 82.86%. with 29 of 35 first-time candidates passing the NCLEX. At the January 2020 board meeting, the board approved a change in approval status for CyberTech from conditional to initial approval, with 4 monitoring requirements issued. In February 2020, board staff received multiple student complaints from students who had not passed the NCLEX PN review course. The students reported that the passing standards for the course kept changing. Students had been readmitted to the program several times to retake the review course. Board staff thoroughly reviewed these complaints and determined that the issues with grading policies were not within board rule purview, and advised the students to contact Texas Workforce Commission. Ms. Knott Anderson was notified of the students' complaints. In March 2020, with the impact of COVID-19, Ms. Knott Anderson submitted an update to the board that the didactic content would be provided fully online with the closing of the campus. No skills lab or clinical learning experiences would be provided due to the global pandemic. In August 2020, board staff obtained preliminary NCLEX pass rate data. These data were from January 1 through August 2020. And the outcome was a 52.94% pass rate. Subsequently, a telephone conference was held between board staff and the program director to discuss the implications of the below 80% pass rate on the future of the nursing program. Due to technical issues, it was difficult to hear all participants. Therefore, a list of 22 questions was provided to the program director via email. A request to provide a copy of the most current program readmission policy with the date of implementation was included in this list of 22 questions. However, this was not received in the program director's response. Due to this preliminary NCLEX pass rate of 52.94%, in August 2020, board staff participated in a conference call with Texas Workforce Commission staff to discuss concerns about the CyberTex vocational nursing program. It was determined that a joint survey visit would be in order. Subsequently, a virtual visit was held on September 11th, 2020, with 8 representatives from 2 state agencies, the Board of Nursing and Texas Workforce Commission, and 2 administrators from CyberTex. However, the program director did not attend. On October 13th, board staff conducted a virtual meeting with CyberTex administration and the program director to discuss the issues with the program operation and potential board action at this meeting. Ongoing communication issues, including email correspondence, have been of concern to the education consultants. Of the 4 requirements issued in the January 2020 board order, CyberTex has failed to respond to 2 of these requirements: progress reports and attrition data. As described in the board report, CyberTex has not operated in alignment with Board Rule 214. Therefore, board staff is recommending a change in approval status for the CyberTex vocational nursing education program from initial approval to conditional approval. Thank you. We have representatives from CyberTex attending, and this would be an appropriate time for them to introduce themselves and to respond to staff's comments.
Okay, those members of the CyberTech Institute of Technology program, would you please give your name and who you represent for the record, and so that we know? And you can raise your hand or tell us if you're on phone.
Sure. My name is Mudassir Sheikh. I'm the campus director for the Austin campus.
Hello. My name is Iqbal Sheikh. I'm the president of CyberTex.
Okay. And who would like to speak first?
I will. I'm Karen Knock Anderson, Program Director for CyberTex Vocational Nursing Program.
Okay.
I just want to give a little about history about me and my career. So I've been a registered nurse for 27 years. I've worked.
Okay, excuse me. It's hard for me to hear. I don't know if it's difficult for anyone else. I don't know if you can get closer to the microphone or have the mask, just so you can articulate well for us. Thank you.
Okay. So good morning again. My name is Karen Knock Anderson, and I'm the program director here.
Okay.
Vocational nursing program at CyberTex. Sorry about that. Now, I just want to introduce myself, give a little information about myself. So, I have been a registered nurse for over 27 years. I've worked for the majority of my years in Jamaica, and I've worked in almost all the specialties in nursing. I moved to Texas about 5 years ago. And I've been a nurse educator for almost 15 years. I started at Cybertech Institute of Technology a little over 3 years ago. And I have been the program director since December 7th, 2018. Now, when I assumed the role of program director, the pass rate for the program for the previous year, 2017, was 45.95%. Throughout the year 2018, Ms. Wilson, the former director, the other and faculty members, we worked tirelessly to get the students to a level of preparedness for the NCLEX exam and a nursing career. I took the job because I saw a lot of hope in the program, and I saw how the program changed persons' lives, persons who were being told that they can't do it or they won't amount to much, as some of the students would actively. They turned their lives around and they were able to contribute to the community and to the profession of nursing. And also because I saw into the dream of Mr. Sheikh and his general attitude of making contribution to the community through his various charity work. In the report, Dr. Ayers mentioned, in her report, she mentioned that we missed our target at the end of that year, 2018, by 0.45 of a percent. As Dr. Ayers described, the relationship between me and the board or assigned consultant and Dr. and other members of the board staff, it was mutually respectful and we had an effective working relationship since I took the role of director. And we communicated frequently, almost every week, sometimes up to 8 times a day. There were communication emails back and forth between Dr. Ayers and myself. Up until August of this year, a few weeks ago, there was no complaints of me not responding to emails or not providing documents. Those of you who were at the board meeting in January, on January 23rd, would have recalled Dr. Ayers' report, and it mentioned that I have always been responsive, I have always been communicative, and there was no issue with me as a program director when it came to giving information that was requested and provide and responding to emails. Now, Dr. Ayers sent me a request for documents that I did not receive on about that time. And we were having issues with our emailing service. My instructors knew of that problem. We discussed it, and they were all having problems as well. I came in, I have documentation where I emailed the Cybertech admin, inquiring instructors, email, trying to find out what was going on with the email. I came in, they told me to bring my laptop in. I came in the morning, and when I came in, I got a few emails that morning, and it seemed to be working. As I went back home, I think the person who were working remotely were not getting emails. As soon as I got back home, apparently it wasn't working, but I didn't realize that it wasn't working. I think she sent the emails that afternoon, because that very morning when I came in, I got an email from Dr. Ayers, which I responded to the morning of the 8th. Now, going back home with my laptop, it was connected to the network anymore. So I did not get that email. So up until that time, until that when she made the request of all the documents, up until that day, and Dr. Ayers and I had a meeting, and Dr. Benton and Dr. Cooper, we had a meeting 2 weeks prior to that day when that email was sent and that emails were not functioning. We had a meeting, and there was no complaint about me not responding. Matter of fact, I was commended by Dr. Ayers for always being responsive just 2 weeks before. Now, when I learned through my school director that Dr. Ayers contacted him that she had requested some documents from me and I did not respond, he reached out to me immediately and sent me for the email. So I immediately emailed Dr. Ayers, letting her know that I did not receive the email. I apologize. I did not receive the email. I did not receive the request for the documentation, but I will start working on them now. Okay. Thank you. So I sent 5 emails to Dr. Ayers, apologizing and then get the email and telling her that I get send the response. Also, there was an invite that was sent for a meeting with the Texas Board of Nursing, combination meeting, that I told her as well that I apologize I did not get that invite as well, but I will be at the meeting. Now, I had a faculty member that had a family issue with, I think a very great family issue that she had asked for some time to go be with her family at that time. And we were fully staffed for that day, for the Friday. She didn't have class. I gave her permission to go. Now, that day, another faculty member texted me to say that she was very ill and was on the way to the hospital. Now, in the afternoon, I tried to check up to see if the person was still in the hospital, and the person was still there. So I immediately realized if this evening, I don't know what I'm having for the rest of the day, I emailed Dr. Ayers telling her that she was in a situation that I was in with 2 faculty members from, we are a very small school, and 2 faculty members going away half of the staff. So the students work with their clinical. We have 22 students, and I could not leave 22 students for clinical, even if it was virtual clinical with one person, and the one faculty member would be a person that was just came to Cybertex a few weeks before. So I had to buy protocol. It was actually, as I told them the meeting after, it was actually an ethical dilemma for me. I was wondering, should I tell students at that point, at the time that they entered school, that no classes today because I have to go to the meeting, or do I Dr. Ayers, I told her that what was going on. She said to me, try and see if you can.
Ma'am, if I may interrupt you just for a second, this is David Salcedo. Typically, my job here on the board, when we have presentations, to try and just keep an eye on the time for everyone. We haven't necessarily been keeping track of time, but if I could just suggest you try and wrap up your opening statement so we can we can hear from the board. Maybe in a couple more minutes you can just wrap up what you have to say, and we can continue and move along, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So Dr. Ayers showed understanding in her response and asked me if I could try and be there whenever I can. I told her yes, and with all good intentions, I was trying to be there. Now, we had some little glitches because that person that was to do that class was still logged in and signed in as the host for the virtual meeting. So we had a little glitch to start that class that morning, and and the overall stability. So I was having a little technical difficulty at first. And then I was trying my best to get into the meeting. I did not. As soon as I got into the meeting, I got to give them a break. I didn't want to give them a break 1 hour early to get in the meeting. The meeting was ended. Now I communicated that to Dr. Ayers immediately. I was trying to get in the meeting, all of that. So what I'm saying is, in essence, is that I have been responsive. I just had that technical problem at that particular time, which I still communicated so much to Dr. Ayers. I even sent Dr. Ayers, I was trying to send some documentation to her. I copied the error messages I got from Microsoft. I forwarded them to her. And she said I did not send the response on the 14th. I did on the 14th. She emailed me on the 14th, on the 15th to say that she received them last night. It was after the working period. I also sent her the Outlook messages to say I tried this. I could not send it, but the error messages I got. So I still try to be communicative even though I was having those technical difficulties. It is not out of disrespect. It is not out of being inefficient. It was just the technical difficulties I had at that particular time. And also, I realized that this breakdown in the relationship, that's my summarization, that it happened coincidentally at the time the Texas Workforce Commission also brought up this issue of these 3 students, and the board staff and board members should remember in the last meeting I spoke about these students that we have been trying with from 2016, 2017, and they were not, the students have had, as I told the board in the January meeting, they have had multiple incidences of cheating, of unprofessionalism. I mean, up to 20 papers in students' cases, doing other students. So from the Texas Workforce Commission interface with the board about these 3 students again, that's when there was a great breakdown in the relationship with my consultant and myself. It just coincides, and I have to take note of that it all coincided with that time. And the board order. Now, I provided the list, the list of students. But
this is David Salcedo again here.
Yes.
I think this has been a problematic program for quite some time. I think you're there. I think holding a lot of water for this. I think it'd be also equally as important to perhaps let the board chime in at this point, but at the same time, I think that the directors of the school, and again, I don't know if you're the actual owner or, but I understand you're the director. I think you all need to chime in because it seems that it seems to be the common denominator. Directors come and go, nursing directors come and go, but the ownership is the same and the problems remain. So I think it's very important for us to hear from you, and at the same time, I think be open to the board's feedback, because it's a very one-sided conversation. To be honest, I think it's confusing a lot of us, and we just want what's best for the students. So I'd like to hear from someone else. Thank you.
Okay, this is Mudassir Sheikh, and you're right. This has been going on since the very beginning, since this program started. At the last board meeting, we owned up to what the problem was, and we had only one direct program director change. Ms. Mark was the second program director. And from where I'm seeing, if you look at the history of cybertech, the problem is coming from the same student group body that we enrolled in the very beginning with when they entered with the 30% score. And we identified this issue back in the last board meeting that, us being not able to enroll and just working with these leftover students, some of which are not going to be competent nurses. And, we still, we couldn't terminate them right there and then, but these 3 students, we have their emails. They emailed that they just decided to abandon the exam, and we should give them another chance to take that exam. And as Ms. Karen said, we have written them up for bullying, we've written them up for cheating, And as I said, at the last board meeting, it was decided that we should cut the cord, and either they're going to be nurses or they're not going to be nurses. So this was coming, and we know from that point. I feel that we should be judged on our current student body, which is not going to take their test and their entrance exams till the next year. And as Ms. Karen said, is everything was fine whenever I spoke to her, and any email correspondence I saw between Ms. Karen and the both consultants. Everything seems to be fine. And even at the meeting where I met with the board staff and the Texas Workforce Commission, where Ms. Karen couldn't join, right there and then I felt like, something is coming, and we had no idea what's happening. And I immediately requested Ms. Karen to ask for some clarity. And again, this has all been happening within the past month and a half. We need some clarity. Ask Dr. Ayers and Dr. Hooper for their guidance, and she had responded. She had asked for a meeting to get some clarity on these issues, and we did not get a response for a meeting. So again, in conclusion, I'd like to say that as the school, I'm not the owner. My father is the owner of the school. I feel that we're still being judged on that same student population that we enrolled in the very beginning, and we're not looking at our new student body that's doing fine. It's not complaining and progressing along just fine. And we will know what our results are at the end of the year next year when both of these cohorts start taking their exam.
I just want to say one more thing, and it's, as Mr. Sheikh said, we have been having the issues with these two students. Now, it is a concern of nurses that students that are not competent, are not showing the level of competence that they are showing, to graduate them, to let them out of the program to become nurses if they're not competent. Now, there is an issue because TWC, when they talk to us,
Can you lower your mask so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Yes. So it's like, for me, what I've experienced, if I talk to nurses and explain, or the consultant and explain to them what I'm experiencing with these students that are coming back from the class, they will agree with me that these students don't need to do the program, or if they don't pass the course, they should not become nurses. But when they go, the students go to TWC and complain, TWC saying, do something for these students, keep them, give them, let them graduate, let them this. And so it's like one from one end, and then I am using my own ethical principles and know that if I'm going to let them pass, period, I'm not going to actually give them a pass if they're not cognitively up to the standard or academically prepared. And I'm going to stop right here because I wanted to respond to the board orders, but I think if I get the chance.
Ma'am, thank you. Let me ask you guys this: what are you asking for? I feel like we've heard this before. Just give us another chance. We got better students. We have better students. We keep blaming the students, and obviously that upsets me greatly. And I have a real passion for the students. I think it's a cop out. I think it's disingenuous to always be blaming the students. And again, you're relatively new, so I don't think it's necessarily your particular fault. But I feel no urgency. I feel no passion. You said you bought into the owner's passion and the vision to serve the community. I'm not feeling that. I don't have any confidence in this program. I'm very concerned about the students you all accept because all I hear is excuses. There's other programs similar to yours that we approve and we never hear any problems from. I don't understand what is going on here. And please, board members, please chime in. I'm having some doubts. I'm having some very serious concerns because I don't like what they're saying, to be honest with you all.
Mr. Salcedo, this is Jeff Connor, and I was at the January board meeting, and obviously here today. I just want to clarify something that you've said. So we're talking about different groups of students. I would have your frustration if you said we're hearing the same thing about the same students, but I just remind you that the problem students are the ones that you termed outliers at the January meeting. And there were questions from some board members about why do you not jettison them from the program, because maybe they're not meant to be nurses. And Cybertex perhaps should have done that, but they have been trying with some pressure from the Workforce Commission to try to remediate those students, perhaps to their disadvantage. I think what I would suggest that the board would want to see about the 2 cohorts that they admitted this year, with your permission last January. When those students test, that is the real indication of whether or not their program and policies are working. Those students have not yet tested. So it was a surprise to us that we were even up before the board now, because there's really not much new. We knew that those test results were not going to be good. We had that discussion with the board in January, and I separately discussed it with the general counsel that you know that it's going to be a rough year in 2020 because we've got these outliers and we're going to have bad test results, or we anticipate we may, but we got to get through 2020 so that in 21 we have something better to talk about, because we will have these new cohorts that are not admitted on that low 30% standard. So I just lay that out there so that the board is not mistakenly blaming Cybertex for problems already addressed that have not yet had time to go through the normal cycle. Thank you.
Hello, this is Kathy Shipp. So moving you to conditional, I understand about these that you have, but our goal is to protect the student who's the public, who's the consumer. I understand what you're saying, but we can't, in good faith, when we know we have those numbers, just let it go. So right now you have these 2 cohorts. And can you remind me of how many students you have right now in those?
52 students in total.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear it either.
52 students in total.
52? 52? Okay. So being on conditional, if you have fixed your program and they move forward, we're just saying you can't bring on any more. See if those 52, which you say you are improving, move on, and then we can see how they do. So that's just my point of doing this. At this point, we think we need to protect, and our education consultants and all, and we applaud you for your changes. And definitely we know that you've worked on that, but we hope to see those 52 move forward and do well. Is there anything else any other board members have to say or questions?
President Shipp, this is Kathy Lederhorn. I'd like to ask a question, if that's okay. Hi,
Yes.
Miss Not Anderson. I was just wondering, on your website, you list yourself and Tammy Anson as both masters prepared. Miss Kimberly Williams and Miss Miranda Foreign, can you tell me what their educational prep is? And then also my next question was also on your website, it says that there's no test to require for admission, that the potential student needs to be able to read at a basic 8th grade level, and how you demonstrate that 8th grade level is by a GED or a high school diploma. And without those, that it reads that you're still allowed into the program, but you cannot get federal funds for your financial aid. So I was just wondering about the testing to get into the program and the educational preparation of those two ladies. Thank you.
Okay. So let me start with the admissions procedures. Now, our policies in our current school catalog and handbook has not been updated. However, I have done a few addenda to the policies, which include a Kaplan admissions test for the students, which they have to get a 60% in each subject, each of the 4 subject areas, and that is the recommended benchmark we got from Kaplan. So there is an admissions test that the students take as outlined in our addendum to the admissions policy. Also, the students they are subjected to a faculty interview before they're admitted into the program. So we have changed those 2 components to the program admissions policies. I mean, the policies have not changed per the handbook, and this has to be approved by the TWC before we can actually change the policies on the website. So that's a formal policy, and the addenda are not on the website. Addressing your question, no, I have to check. Ms. Tammy Anson is not a master's prepared nurse, as I know the board staff has that information, but I have to check back at the website. She has an associate's degree in nursing. We have a new faculty member that is returning, Tamar Thompson. She is a master's in nursing education. Angelina Harper is a bachelor's of science degree. And the other persons that are still on the website, I have to get that checked. They are no longer with CyberText. So our faculty members are myself, Ms. Tammy Anson, Tamar Thompson, and Angelina Harper. And Kimberly Williams is a bachelor's prepared.
I'm sorry, Miss Dr. Ship, I'm so sorry. So you're saying Tammy Anson is not a master's prepared nurse, she's an associate's degree nurse?
Yes.
How in the world would a technology institute allow someone to have on their website a master's in nursing from Walden University in Minnesota if in fact she was an associate's degree nurse?
Well, that is Miss Tamara Thompson. I guess there was some error in how they edited it, because
wow.
I will thank you for that information. I will get that to you. That's Miss Tamara Thompson. She got a master's degree from Walden University. That's the other person that has a master's degree.
Okay, thank you very much for answering that question. Ms. Lederhorn, do you have anything else? Kathy Lederhorn, are you good?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has anything?
This is Tamara Rhodes. I just wanted to make a brief comment. I just have to say that when I review all the documents, that I see that the communication and expectations that the board have placed on you have been very, very clear. I do not see any areas that I find to be unclear or that would warrant any further clarification. And that as an education professional, education is a big joint effort between the students and the faculty and the school. And I feel like CyberTech is not taking on their responsibility clearly, and you can't place it all on the students, that there is a partnership there. And I just don't see that y'all have taken your responsibility. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am an educator as well, and I have been in education. I've been a nurse for a long time, and I'm doing graduate education right now, and I've taught every level. And it is a partnership. And the students are our consumer, and they are our consumer as a Board of Nursing to protect them. And we appreciate your desire to help these students. But it takes the whole group to do that. And I appreciate that you've tried to make some changes, and I look forward to these 52 students doing better and that cohort showing that your changes have come to fruition for success for these students. And so if there's no other questions, do you want to say something, Francis?
No, ma'am, I'm ready to make a motion.
Great. That was my next. I need that motion. Thank you.
I move to change the approval status for the Cyber Tech Institute of Technology Vocational Nursing Education Program in Austin, Texas, from initial approval to conditional approval as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
This
is Rick Williams. I second.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take Rick. Thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Allison Edwards, Dr. Edwards?
4.
Ms. Diana Rodriguez Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins is recused. Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo?
David Saucedo, 4.
Melissa Scott? Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And I'm Kathy Shipp, and it's 4. So the motion passes, and we appreciate you being here today, and we look forward to those improved board scores, and our educational consultants will be in touch with you. So thank you very much for being here today. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Patricia, will they exit the meeting, and then we will have our 7.6?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, we'll consider agenda item 7.6. Consideration of the internal audit reports, number BON 020001, enforcement. Mr. Monday Rufus, Mr. Mark Mayak, Ms. Thomas, and Francis Stokes are on the agenda for that. And let the record show that board staff Mark Mayak is present. Mr. Mayak? Let the record show that board staff Mark Mayak is present. I don't know what that was. I'm not sure why.
We have someone that has joined us by phone with the last 2 digits, 15. Could you please identify yourself? Hello. We have someone that is called in, and the first few digits are 5126, and the last 2 digits are 15. Can you please identify yourself?
Yeah, that would be one of my associates, Robert Gonzalez.
Robert Gonzalez, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm an internal auditor that assisted on Mr. Rufus' audit.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm Kathy Ship. So thank you, Mr. Rufus, for being here. I'm sorry we're running behind, and I appreciate your. And I'm Kathy Ship. So thank you, Mr. Rufus, for being here. I'm sorry we're running behind, and I appreciate your. And I'm Kathy Ship. So thank you, Mr. Rufus, for being here. I'm sorry we're running behind, and I appreciate your. And I'm Kathy Ship. So thank you, Mr. Rufus, for being here.
Ms. Ship, try to mute yourself for a minute and see if we can.
Is Mr. Gonzalez in the same room with Mr. Rufus?
No, he dialed in via telephone.
I'm by
Mr.
telephone.
Gonzalez in the same room with Mr. Rufus?
No, he dialed in via telephone.
I'm by
Mr.
telephone.
Gonzalez in the same room with Mr. Rufus?
No. He dialed in via telephone.
Somebody has the YouTube video on.
No.
Dan?
Somebody has the YouTube video on.
Okay.
Okay.
Hear
I'm the 15 number, Robert Gonzalez, CPA, working for Mr. Monday Rufus. I'm on my phone.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can, Mr. Rufus.
Okay, good.
Yes, we can. We can hear you. And I also want the record to show that Tony Diggs, our Director of Enforcement, is a board staff that is here. And it looks like that Virginia Ayers has left. Is that correct? Is there anyone else that has left? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rufus. We can start.
Okay, Madam President and board members. For the record, my name is Monday Rufus with the CPA firm of Monday Rufus and Company, PC, the internal auditor for the Texas Board of Nursing. One of my associates, Mr. Robert Gonzalez, CPA, is joining in via telephone. We conducted an internal audit of the enforcement at the Texas Board of Nursing, and that was as of August 27, 2020. The results of our audit disclosed that the BON has adequate controls in place over the case processing and procedures compliance requirements. Some of the highlights from the audit on pages 6 and 7 of the report. The primary objectives of the internal audit were to determine reliability and integrity of information, compliance with policies, procedures, laws, and regulations, safeguarding of assets, economical and efficient use of resources, accomplishment of established objectives and goals for operation. Okay. The objective number 1, reliability and integrity of information. We noted that all complaint cases and supporting documentation are stamped, logged, and assigned a case number upon being received by the BON. And each phase in the processing of a complaint case is appropriately documented in the case file. And each enforcement employee has a role-based named account as instructed by the appropriate enforcement supervisors, and access is controlled with the use of passwords. Objective number 2, compliance with policies, procedures, laws, and regulation. We tested a sample of 25 closed complaint cases from a total of 16,263 closed cases for fiscal year 2019. And we tested for compliance with policies, procedures, laws, and regulation. And based on the result of that test, no exceptions were noted. And we might also want to point out that there is a provision for compliance with Texas law related to privacy. The third objective was safeguarding of assets. We did notice that physical security is in place through the use of electronic badge systems to ensure protection of hardware and software related to case management systems. There is an updated antivirus software on each computer, and mission critical data is backed up on a scheduled basis and stored at an offsite location. The objective number 4 is economical and efficient use of resources. The Enforcement Division uses a paperless complaint system, which allows staff to review and process complaint cases faster and share information more efficiently. Complaints are managed to a database system, and activities are properly documented in that system. Objective number 5, the accomplishment of established objectives and goals for operation. Based on the result of our audit, the processes employed in managing cases appear to be effective in ensuring that BON's established objectives and goals for operations related to enforcement are met. Again, we did select a sample of complaint cases and tested for compliance with policies, procedures, laws, and regulations, and no exceptions were noted during our testing. Now, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board members, are there any questions?
Madam President,
Yes.
this is Mark Mayak. Just for the record, I'm Mark Mayak. I'm the Director of Operations, and I'm on this call and on the video. I just wanted to, as a precursor, to let you know that this is the first year we used Dr. Rufus and his company. Y'all hired him last year in his company. We did a risk assessment, and in the risk assessment, we looked at first was our enforcement procedures, and the next year will be the peer assistance program. We were extremely pleased that Dr. Rufus and his company were efficient and responded quickly. And we also like to applaud our enforcement team who did the same for this review. So just for the record, thanks.
Thank you very much. And I appreciated the fact that, is it Dr. Rufus?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. That you talked in there about the fact that Tony and his group, he's our Director of Enforcement, were responsive and gave you what you needed and were easy to work with. And so the other thing, I guess, that I didn't realize was what a high percentage of our FTEs are in this enforcement group. And so that was a little enlightening to me. And you know, we had our other auditor for several years, and she retired. And so we appreciate this report. And so it always, I commend your work, and I commend Tony's work with his group for finding that we're doing what we need to do in our processes. And you know, every organization has things they need to tweak, but it looks like it was good. And I at the time I thought, well, 25 is not many cases, but like you said, randomly they were selected out of that at different times, and you still saw the same pattern. And my question is, so if you'd have seen issues, you would have audited more?
Yes, we would have expanded our sample.
Okay, got it. Okay, anything else, board members, that you saw? And I don't know who worked, let's see, was that Francis that worked with the auditor?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have anything to add?
No, I think they did a very good job. Actually, my job was very easy because I guess they got everything they needed and didn't even talk to me. So that's That's a good sign.
Okay, good, good. Well, I know you have auditing in your background, so good. And you thought the report looked good when you
Yes,
were
ma'am.
looking over it?
I think
Great.
they presented a very nice report.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? Members, any other questions? So we'll be doing peer assistance program next year.
Yes, that's what we'll be doing.
Okay. Let the record reflect that John Vandifer and Ms. Gina Abel, two of our council, are now on our call as well. So board members, do I have a motion on agenda 7.6?
This is Melissa Scott, and I will move to accept the internal audit report, BON 020-001, enforcement audit as prepared by Monday Rufus and Co. PC.
This is Kathy Lederhorn, and I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Four.
and that was Dr. Edwards. Ms. Diana Rodriguez Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Ms. Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Ms. Maisie Jamison,
4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo,
4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and myself, Kathy Ship, 4. So the motion passes. So thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the future. We appreciate that. Thank you, Mark, for following up on this, our audit needs. And again, good job, Tony, for you and your group. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, so it's 12 o'clock and we've got Gina and John in here that we can do some of these 7s, or we can take a lunch break. So,
Keep moving.
okay. So he speaks. All right. So next on the agenda is item 7.7, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 223.1 relating to fees. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Board members, on October 8th of 2019, staff received a letter from the governor's office requesting that occupational licensing agencies review their licensing rules and policies to identify areas where they could remove burdensome or unreasonable obstacles to licensure, specifically focusing on plans to reduce licensure application fees to 75% or less of the national average for equivalent or comparable occupations. So board staff reviewed the 2018 member profiles, which is maintained by NCSBN, which reports comprehensive fee information about the boards of nursing that respond to that survey. In this case, we had 59 that responded. And that profile revealed that the board's current endorsement licensure fee is at 81% of the national fee average. So pursuant to the governor's request, staff is recommending that there be an amendment to the fee rule, which would reduce the board's current endorsement fee from $161 to $125 in order to meet the governor's request and also to still achieve legislative budget requirements. Included in your board packet is the proposed amendments that staff is recommending in order to achieve those objectives. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or Mr. Mayak is also here if you have any questions about the fee structure.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, board members? I think that's great to reduce that. Okay, do I have a member that can get me a motion on agenda 7.7?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 223.1 pertaining to fees as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 223.1 pertaining to fees as proposed.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Diana Flores. I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, no other discussion. We'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison? Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Thank you. Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Sacedo?
4.
That's David Sacedo. Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And myself, Kathy Shipp, 4. Motion passes. The next agenda item is 7.8, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.2 relating to definitions, including authorization for emergency rule adoption. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, you'll notice that this report has 2 action items for your consideration. The first is attached in staff's report, and then the second is attached in the bookmark entitled Need for Emergency Rule Adoption. So the agenda item for your consideration is to propose rule amendments to section 215.2. And that section of the board's rules deals with professional nursing education programs and what's considered the examination year for purposes of calculating the pass rate. So currently for vocational nursing education programs, their examination year is January 1st through December 31st. But for professional nursing education programs, their examination year is October 1st through September 30th. And the purpose of the proposed amendments is to align the examination year of the professional nursing education programs with the vocational nursing education programs. And there are a few reasons for this that staff has identified in its report. Just to cover some of the highlights, most education programs that we surveyed, and this is through the National Council State Boards of Nursing, reported that they use the calendar year of January 1st through December 31st to calculate their pass rates. We also reached out to nursing accreditation agencies and other state agencies in Texas to inquire if changing the exam year for Texas professional nursing programs would cause any issues that they could identify, and none were identified by any of those entities. Also, the National Council State Boards of Nursing reports state NCLEX data as a calendar year, and many non-education settings also require calendar year information. And accreditation agencies usually base their data also on the calendar year as well. So aligning the program exam years would permit staff to also calculate and report pass rates for all programs at the same time. Because of those reasons, staff is recommending that we seek approval from the board to propose amendments to 215.2. And this first board action would be for the proposal of those amendments in our typical normal procedure that we use, where we propose the rules. They run for public comment for 30 days in the Texas Register. If any comments are received, those come back to the board for deliberation and vote. And if no comments or a request for a rule hearing are received, then those are able to be adopted. Now, if you'll scroll down in your board packets to the bookmark that says Need for Emergency Rule Adoption, this is the second action item that staff is requesting. This still relates to the exact same amendments that we just talked about. It would achieve the exact same result. The only difference is that staff is asking for the board to go ahead and approve the emergency adoption of these amendments to section 215.2 in the event that it becomes evident as staff receives pass rate data for the examination year that there seems to be a need for us to go ahead and move forward with the emergency adoption of these rules. And staff sort of outlined for you just a little snapshot of how COVID has affected the education programs in Texas and things that we have observed. And because of those reasons, I'll highlight a few. There was a time when didactic and clinical learning experiences were disrupted throughout the state after the pandemic began in March. There was disruptions in clinical education, even in areas of the state after that time period that had high levels of virus activity. In some instances, graduations were delayed, even though there was the current rule waiver that allowed programs to exceed the 50% ceiling on simulated clinical experiences. And in addition to that, the ability for graduates to schedule appointments to sit for the NCLEX RN examination were still affected by temporary closures of testing centers. And so staff has identified those as potential causes for a lower pass rate to come in for these education programs for this particular examination year. Now, so far, the data that staff has received shows that the results seem to be pretty consistent with the results from last year. So at this time, it's not anticipated that the emergency adoption would be necessary, but staff has not been able to receive all of those rates and has not been able to do a final total of that data. So what this would do is approve emergency adoption of these proposed amendments, and you would grant the authority for the executive director to implement the emergency adoption if it becomes necessary based on staff review that the NCLEX RN examination results for the 2020 examination year warranted that approval at an earlier time frame. If it was not necessary, if the data comes in and the final results are calculated and it does not appear that there is a need for that emergency adoption, then the staff would not use that emergency authority. We would just go ahead and propose the rule under the normal process and allow that to take place. Probably sometime in January is when those proposed amendments could be first adopted, assuming that there's not public comment or a request for a hearing that might delay that. So I know that's a little bit different than how we normally do our rules. Are there any questions for me that I can help answer, or possibly for Dr. Hooper, if there's any questions about this specific data? And then if there are no questions for me, staff would be needing a motion from staff's report at the bottom of page 1, and then a second motion on the bottom of page 3 that are set out in your board materials.
That was my question on how to do that. So, can I get any questions? Any other questions? I think this will be great. I think that it's been difficult all along. I was talking to Ms. Thomas about this yesterday, and I said that makes our April meeting probably be a little heavier because we would have all the results. And usually we've had the RN at one time and the LVN at a different time, and now they'd be at the same time. But as far as just being on the calendar year, I think is better. So hopefully we'll have this to move through. Dr. Hooper, you're shaking your head. Do you have anything else to say?
No, I think Gina did a great job of putting this together. And it's something we've been wanting to do for a while. And with all the interruptions from COVID, we thought this is a good year. No one has objected that I've talked to. And I'll say for Mark that most strongly, strongly, strongly recommend it.
Okay. So is that a thumbs up, Mr. Mayak, from you? Yes, yes. Okay, good. Any other questions, comments? Okay, so I need two motions. We'll do one vote. We'll do the second one. So I need the motion on the first proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.2 relating to definitions, including authorization for emergency rule adoption. So we're going to take that authorization for emergency rule out. We're just going to do relating to definitions. So do I have someone to make that motion for me?
I'll make that, Madam President.
Okay, great. So Dr. Edwards?
On the first board action, I make a motion, I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.2 pertaining to definitions as set out in attachment A, with authority for the general counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.2 pertaining to definitions as proposed.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second that.
Great. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, we'll take a vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo?
4. David Salcedo.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And myself, Kathy Shipp, 4. So the motion passes for the first part of 7.8. And so now I need the second motion. It's probably good if we do different people so that we can keep this all straight. So this
I'll
would
make
be.
the motion, Madam President.
Okay, okay.
Madam President, I make a motion, I move to approve the emergency adoption of the proposed amendment to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215 pertaining to definitions as set out in attachment A, with delegation and authority for the executive director to implement the emergency adoption of the rule amendments as she deems necessary, based upon staff review of the NCLEX RN examination results for the 2020 examination year.
I just want to add that it was, you said 215 and it's 215.2. Yes. So we have that motion, and could I have a second?
Melissa Scott, and I second that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. And if there's no other discussion, we're going to have an oral vote. I'm just getting my notes here for these two motions. Okay, Laura Disk,
Laura Disk 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo, okay, David Saucedo is motioning to me that he's
Oh, there.
for.
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Yes,
Okay.
David Salcedo, 4.
Okay, Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and I'm Kathy Shep, and 4, and the motion passes. Okay, thank you. Good, good, good. Okay, next on the agenda for consideration is agenda item 7.9, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.7 relating to change of name and/or address. Ms. Abel.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, you'll recall on June 15th of 2020, the board moved to the Texas Nurse Portal, which is a paperless system, and it houses the examination, endorsement, and renewal processes of the board. And in our effort to move towards a paperless system for all of the office processes, staff is recommending that we make amendments to this rule that requires nurses to provide information to the board whenever they have a name change or an address change. And the current rule allows that to be provided in writing. There's really no specificity about how that has to be done. The proposed amendments, however, would require nurses to make those changes themselves in the Texas Nurse Portal. And that's accessible through the board's website. And that would allow us to move towards a completely paperless system where nurses can update their information faster and easier by uploading the documents that are required and keeping that address in particular current. So, of course, you know how important it is for the board to be able to send information to its licensees via the address of record. So that is included in your board materials as attachment A. That's what the change will look like. And basically it just directs nurses to the Texas Nurse Portal. Are there any questions for me about that?
Any questions?
Madam President, I have a question. This is Diana Flores.
Yes.
Is there a way to change the email address also, or should we include email addresses? I mean, since we're going more electronic, I think a lot of people use their emails or look at their emails more.
So currently, my understanding of how it works, and Mr. Myatt can jump in if I'm incorrect. When you set up your account, you have to include an email address in order to do that on the Texas Nurse Portal. Currently, the laws are still written in a way that requires notice to be provided to an address of record. And currently, we've always interpreted that to mean a physical address. So for the purposes of this rule, what we're talking about is the address of record that a nurse has on file, which would not be the email address. I do think that times are coming when you might see changes where email addresses are used in place of addresses of record, like a physical address or a PO box. And I think that's probably on the horizon pretty soon. But currently, the way that we still need to maintain the address of record, it is still the physical address of record where we can send you certified mail. So this rule would only address those two things. We currently do not have a rule that requires a nurse to keep an email address on file with us.
Okay. Yeah, and I wasn't talking about instead of, but maybe just all three, address and email address. But okay, understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, could I have a motion, please, for agenda item 7.9?
I'll make the motion, Madam President.
Okay,
This is Francis Stokes. I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.7 pertaining to change of name and/or address as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.7 pertaining to change of name and/or address as proposed.
thank you.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second the motion.
Great. Okay, having a motion and a second. If we have no other discussion, we'll take an oral vote. Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jameson,
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo,
4. David Salcedo.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and myself, Kathy Ship, 4, and the motion passes. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda for consideration is agenda item 7.10, rule review of 22 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 213, including consideration of proposed changes to 213.1 and 213.20. Mr. Vanderford.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. By law, all state agencies are required to review their rules every 4 years to consider them for readoption with amendments, or repeal. This agenda item has come up as a part of that process. So as a part of the review of Chapter 213, staff has identified some editorial changes that need to be made to sections 213.1 and 213.20. Specifically, these sections reference the Board of Nurse Examiners as opposed to the Board of Nursing, which needs to be rectified. The amendments to be proposed can be found in Attachment A of the board report. So to correct these sections, staff is recommending proposing the rule review, including the proposed amendments found in Attachment A of the report in the Texas Register for a 30-day comment period. Are there any questions for staff on this agenda item?
Any questions, board members? No. I know, I still run into people that say the B and E, which I grew up with, the B and E, but it's the bond now, the BON. So, good. Okay, can I get a motion for 7.10?
Madam President, I move to approve the proposed rule review of Chapter 213 with amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.1 and 213.20 pertaining to practice and procedure as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no request for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.1 and 213.20 and the rule review of Chapter 213 pertaining to practice and procedure.
Thank you, Ms. Disk. And do I have a second?
Carol Hawkins, second.
Second.
Okay, I heard Carol Hawkins first, I think. So Carol Hawkins gave me a second. All right. If there is no other discussion, having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo,
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and I'm Kathy Ship, and I'm 4, and the motion passes. Next on the agenda is 7.11, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 211.6B relating to committees of the board. Ms. Abel.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, as you're aware, agencies are authorized to adopt rules on emergency basis pursuant to the Government Code 2001.034 if the agency finds that an imminent peril to the public health, safety, or welfare exists, or there's a need to adopt a rule within fewer than 30 days notice. And we found that out during COVID. The board has actually done emergency rules 3 times since March of 2020. And under the board's current rules, the entire board has to meet in order to consider rule changes, including emergency rule amendments. And so that means that there has to be at least a quorum of the board's membership in order for emergency rule amendments to be considered and voted on. And the proposed amendments are designed to delegate that to
She is, we just lost her picture. Don't know.
Board members, just hang on a second and let's see if she can recover.
Yeah, she just started scrolling and now it's just her initials. Yeah. Hmm.
Mr. Johnston, do you want Mr. Vanderford to present this item or you want to present it in her absence? What is your recommendation?
I think she was about halfway.
Yeah.
Do you see her coming back, Patricia?
Let me,
She has low bandwidth, so it could last just a few seconds, a few minutes. I can't tell. It's in her local area is the message that I'm getting.
Okay, so she's not, you don't see her trying to come back in?
No,
it's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. She was doing a great job, by the way, before that ended. I think that what she was covering is what we all know, the difficulty of trying to get everyone together on an emergency basis when what we've noticed during this period of time is that the what needed to be done could have been done through a delegated authority to a committee of the board whose duty it would be to be able to vote on that type of emergency. So now that she's back,
She's back.
I'll defer.
Okay,
I'm back.
okay. So, Ms.
So,
Campbell, you want to pick up where you left off?
sure. So just to summarize, the proposed amendments would allow the Eligibility and Disciplinary Committee to consider the emergency adoption of rules instead of having to convene the entire board to do that. And the proposed amendments would allow that to happen. Are there any questions for me?
No, I think that's great. It was a great idea to do that. We've had those E&D committees taking care of much of the board's for years. And so I think it's good. Do I have any other statements, board members? Can I get a motion on 7.11?
Madam President, I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 211.6B pertaining to committees of the board as set out in attachment A, with authority for the general counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 211.6B pertaining to committees of the board as proposed.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Scott, and I second that.
Who did that?
Melissa Scott.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we have a motion and a second, and there's no other discussion. We'll take an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol,
Okay, I didn't hear the end. Carol, is that 4?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Okay. Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo?
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And 4, and I'm Kathy Ship, and the motion passes. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 7.12, consideration of appointment of members to the differentiated essential competencies of graduates of Texas Nursing Programs Work Group. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so this is a continuation from a charge that was issued by the board to staff at its January meeting to pull together a work group to assist in making recommendations to update the differentiated essential competencies of graduates of nursing education programs. So since then, board staff have reached out to 10 nursing organizations, and they have each proposed a nominee who is fully qualified. And we are working internally to draft some recommendations for the work group to consider. And we would like to proceed with getting started with our first meeting in November. So you have a listing in your report of the 10 nominees. Would you like me to read those to you?
I think we're good.
Okay, I thought so. Those have been, each of the nominees have been fully vetted by board staff, and we just request that you consider approving them.
Okay, any questions, board members? Looks like it's a good group of organizations. Yes, anything?
And I'll also mention, Madam President, that Tamara Rhodes has agreed to be our liaison for the work group.
Great, great. So, it's time to do those decks. isn't it?
It
So-
sure is.
Definitely. So that's going to be great. So I have a motion on 7.12.
This is Tamara, and I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to appoint the aforementioned individuals as members to the differentiated essential competencies of graduates of Texas nursing programs work group.
Thank you. A second?
Hawkins, second.
Okay. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison?
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Salcedo?
Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And Kathy Ship, myself, 4, and the motion carries. Next on the agenda is item 7.13, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 222.4 relating to minimum standards for prescribing or ordering drugs and devices. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. So, board members, House Bill 2174 was enacted during the 86th legislative session, and it requires prescriptions for controlled substances to be issued electronically after January 1st of 2021. Now, the bill does contain certain prescribed exceptions to that, and one of those exceptions is if the licensing agency has a waiver process by which a prescriber licensee can apply and be granted a waiver. And under that bill, the respective licensing agencies are required to adopt rules that set forth the process for the waivers for their licensees. And the bill also requires the rules that are adopted by those licensing agencies to be consistent with the rules that are adopted by the Texas Pharmacy Board. So in your board materials under attachment A, you'll see some proposed amendments that staff is recommending. These rules are consistent with those that are going to be adopted by the Pharmacy Board. Staff received information that we believe that their rules will be adopted in November. And you'll see that the waiver process is pretty simple. A licensee prescriber only has to send in a request to the board for a waiver. The reasons that they can include are economic hardship, technological limitations, or any other exceptional circumstances that they outline in their waiver request that would allow staff to evaluate their request. If a waiver is granted, the bill limits the waiver to a 1-year time period. However, if circumstances that necessitated the waiver persist after that time period, the licensee prescriber is allowed to reapply for a second waiver at that time. And they can't do that until they're in the window of 30 days prior to the expiration of the first waiver. So these proposed amendments are included in your board packet to comply with the requirements of House Bill 2174, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Any questions, board members? Okay, no further questions. Can I get a motion on agenda item 7.13?
Madam President, I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 222.4 pertaining to standards for prescribing and ordering drugs and devices as set out in attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no request for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 222.4 pertaining to standards for prescribing or ordering drugs and devices as proposed.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Great. Thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo,
David Soso, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and I'm Kathy Shipp, and I'm 4, and the motion carries. Okay, before we do these 8.6, there's a few of them. We're going to have some recusals to do, and then we have our vice president, and I don't see that we have anything else. I think we ought to take like a 10-minute break and just, not do a lunch, but let's just grab that 10 minutes, and I think we can finish up and be done. Ms. Thomas? Dr. Edwards?
Could I move for just a slightly longer break?
Sure. I mean, I'm just trying to please the group. Okay, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Yeah, I need some heads. I need some yes.
20 would be great.
20? Are we good? Okay. So right now I have that it is 12:45, so we'll come back at 5 after 1. How about that? Miss Abel, are you good? We do that? Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Okay, it's 1:09. Thank you, members. And we will consider items under 8.6, ALJ proposals for decision, agenda item 8.6.1, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 938895 issued to Christianon Omalera Bello, SOA docket number 507202750. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this is a proposal for decision for your consideration. There was a hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings, and the respondent was represented by counsel at that hearing. Following the hearing, the ALJ found that there was a violation of the Nursing Practice Act, and specifically while providing in-home care to a pediatric patient in August of 2018, the respondent failed to properly follow the physician's plan of care, incorrectly administered treatments to the child, and failed to adequately assess the patient and intervene when the child stopped breathing. As a result of the findings, the ALJ made a recommended sanction, which staff also agrees with, and that recommendation is to enforce a suspension of the respondent's license until she completes remedial education courses. And then following that time, to place the license on a probationary stipulation for 2 years to include employer notifications, direct supervision for the first year of the order, indirect supervision for the second year of the order, quarterly employer reports, and the typical prohibitions against independent practice settings and agency employment for the duration of the order. And staff has included that proposed order in your board materials, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
This is Kathy Lederhorn. Madam President, I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose an enforced suspension until the respondent completes remedial education courses, followed by a 2-year probationary period with stipulations against the respondent's license as set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Maisie
I'll
Jameson.
second. Francis Stokes.
Okay, we'll take, okay, heard you, Francis. Thank you. Having a motion and a second. If no further discussion, we'll now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jameson?
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo?
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And myself, Kathy Shipp, 4. And the motion carries. Passes. Okay, next we'll consider agenda item 8.6.2, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 678146 issued to Jonathan Ross Harrod, SOA docket number 507201698. Ms. Abel will present this item, but before discussion begins on agenda item 8.6.2, I will note the following board members will recuse from the consideration and vote on this item as they were the members of the E&D committee that considered the emergency suspension in this matter. And that is Kathy Lederhorn, Francis Stokes, and Tamara Rhodes. So Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. So, as you mentioned, this case began as a temporary suspension in January of 2020. The board temporarily suspended the respondent's license for failing to comply with a 2019 board order by producing a specimen for a random drug screen that resulted positive for metabolites of heroin. Following that temporary suspension, the parties filed an agreement to waive the probable cause hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. And so there was only a final hearing that was held. And during that final hearing, the respondent was represented by counsel. And following the hearing, the ALJ did find that the respondent produced a drug screen that tested positive for metabolites of heroin, that was a violation of his 2019 board order. Additionally, there were other findings that the respondent administered Ativan to a patient without a physician's order in May of 2019. And also in May of 2019, the respondent falsely documented administering Ativan to patient AN when he administered it to patient LF instead. And he did not document the administration of the medication to the correct patient. As a result of those findings, the ALJ actually recommended revocation in this case, and staff agrees with that recommended sanction. I think it's important to note the ALJ summary of the aggravating factors that can be found on page 17 of the PFD. And on that page, there's a good summary of the judge's reasoning for the disciplinary sanction of revocation. Just to hit the highlights of that in case you're interested, there was evidence of potential harm to a patient from the respondent's administration of medication to the wrong patient. The respondent was previously disciplined by the board multiple times for offenses involving practice issues both in 2016 and 2017 relating to the administration, documentation, and wastage of controlled medications. There was also 2 incidents of improperly accessing medical records. The respondent was previously disciplined in relation to substance use and failing to comply with board orders. And all of these issues are similar to the current violations that the ALJ found involving controlled medication administration and documentation and another positive drug test. The judge also found that the positive drug screen in this case not only is a violation of the board's current order, but also is indicative of the respondent's lacking current fitness to practice. And the evidence in the case, as noted by the ALJ, also showed that the respondent was not truthful about administering the wrong medication to the patient because he knew he administered it to the wrong patient and he didn't document it accurately. And the ALJ also made a comment that although the respondent submitted evidence about his good professional character, that the witnesses that testified were not aware of the allegations that were being made against the respondent's practice, and that one character witness even said that if the evidence proved that the respondent engaged in that conduct, that he would have committed violations of professional conduct requirements. So for all those reasons, the ALJ is recommending this violation to be a 3rd-tier sanction level 1 offense, and staff does agree with that analysis, and staff is also recommending revocation of the respondent's license, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have about that.
Any questions, board members, or statements? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Melissa Scott, and I will move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and revoke the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Diana Flores, second.
Whoa. I don't know who that was. One more. Who was it?
Diana Flores, second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, we will take a vote, an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
David Saucedo,
Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and Kathy Shipp, myself is 4. So let the record reflect that Kathy Lederhorn recused, Tamara Rhodes recused, and Francis Stokes recused due to the fact they had been on the E&D committee. So we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that are voting for, and the motion passes. Thank you very much, board members and Ms. Abel. Next, we will consider agenda item 8.6.3, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 845278, issued to Florence Zella Hollenshed, SOA docket number 507203091. Gina, Ms. Abel will present the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this case also started out as a temporary suspension. On March 17th of 2020, the board temporarily suspended the respondent's license for failing to comply with a 2019 confidential TPAPN order by failing to complete the enrollment process for the program. And on April 2nd, a hearing was held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings to determine if probable cause existed to uphold the board's temporary suspension. And an order upholding that suspension was issued on April 3rd of 2020. And then a final hearing in which the respondent represented herself was held on May 13th of 2020. And the proposal for decision was issued on June 11th. And following that hearing, the ALJ did find that the respondent failed to comply with TPAPN's enrollment process and that was a violation of the board's order. And as a result of those findings, the ALJ recommended an enforced TPAPN order, which is also what staff is recommending as well. And that is what is included in your board packets. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any for me.
Before we have any other discussion on agenda item 8.6.3, I will note the following board members will recuse from the consideration and vote on this agenda item, as they were the members of the E&D committee that considered the emergency suspension in this matter. And that is Kathy Lederhorn, Maisie Jamison, and Tamara Rhodes. So if I could have a motion on agenda item 8.6.3.
Madam President, I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of the law in the PFD and impose an enforced TPAPN order against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you, and that's Laura Disk. And is there a second to that motion?
Francis Stokes.
Okay, Francis Stokes as the second. Having a motion and a second, we will now take an oral vote. Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards?
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
David Saucedo?
4. David Salcedo.
Melissa Scott?
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams? Oh, we can't hear you, Rick.
Rick Williams, 4.
Thank you. And myself, Kathy Shipp, is 4. And let the record reflect that Kathy Lederhorn recused, Maisie Jamison recused, and Tamara Rhodes recused. So that still leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the motion passes. Next on the agenda is 8.6.4, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 311776, issued to Jessica Lynn Johnson. So a docket number 507-202746. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this matter involved another hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. This was a hearing in which respondent represented herself, and following the hearing, the ALJ found that the respondent was found sleeping on duty by the patient's mother in a home health setting. And the ALJ recommended a warning with stipulations to include remedial education courses determined by the board. You'll notice that staff is also recommending that same sanction. In this particular case, I think I should point out on page 8 of the PFD, the ALJ did specifically decline to recommend any type of supervised practice. Sometimes for a sleeping on duty case, you might recall that the board will sometimes impose indirect supervision or prevent the person from working in a home health setting again. In this particular case, based on the factors that were presented here, the ALJ specifically said that there was not sufficient aggravating factors to warrant those stipulations, which is why staff is also not recommending that we include those in this order. The courses that staff is recommending would include a nursing jurisprudence and ethics course, a critical thinking course, and a professional accountability course. And that order is set forth in your board packets, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions, board members?
This is Tamara, and I did have a question. I was kind of taken back that the ALJ recommended that we do not have any supervisory stipulations. Are we at liberty to impose any other stipulations as far as what shifts they can work or anything like that?
So it used to be that the board was able to change or modify findings or conclusions of law after they had read the PFD and then impose a sanction that would comport to what those findings and conclusions were. The changes that we had during sunset now prevent the board from making any changes to the findings or conclusions, but the board is still the sole arbiter of the sanction that is imposed. However, the sanction should match the findings of fact and conclusions of law and should be based on the aggravating and mitigating factors that are found by the ALJ. So if the board felt like it wanted to do something different than what the ALJ is recommending, that would need to be based on evidence that was contained in the record to support those changes. Specifically, since the ALJ actually addressed that exact issue that you're bringing up, it might be difficult to find the aggravation in there. But if the board disagreed with the ALJ and felt like the aggravating factors were sufficient in order to do that, then that is still within the purview of the board to do under the law.
Thank you. I mean, I had major concerns that this was her second incident, and it's, I do feel a risk at letting her continue to work at any hour without any supervision. But I'm happy to follow whatever the recommendations are. Anyone else have thoughts on it?
Well, I see your concern, but I also understand that she was ill and she had had these conversations with her supervisor. So, I mean, that's what the documents state. She had asked to leave early as well. Was pregnant and ill. So I would go with the recommendation.
Okay. I did notice that the reason she had requested to leave early was because of the home was infested with roaches.
That too.
Yeah, I didn't note that it was because she was ill. But I agree with following what the court recommends. If that's what we need to do.
President Ship, this is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll make a motion.
Mhm.
I move to adopt all the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose a warning with stipulations against the respondent's license as set out in the attached proposed order.
Okay. All right.
Allison Edwards, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll now take an oral vote if there's no other discussion. Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo,
Solo 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and I'm Kathy Ship, and it's 4, so the motion carries. Thank you, board members. Next is the agenda item 8.6.5. Consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 132228 issued to John D. Kiplinger, ASOA docket number 507203093. Before Ms. Abel talks and the discussion begins on agenda item 8.6.5, I will note the following board members will recuse from the consideration and vote on this agenda item as they were members of the E&D committee that considered the emergency suspension in this matter. And that is Kathy Lederhorn, Maisie Jamison, and Tamara Rhodes. So Ms. Abel, would you present this agenda item, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this case also started off as a temporary suspension on March 17th of 2020. That suspension was based on a failing to comply with a 2017 board order by producing a specimen for a random drug screen that resulted positive for metabolites of alcohol. On March 20th, the parties agreed to waive the right to the probable cause hearing, and so only a final hearing was held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. That hearing was held on May 4th of 2020, and the respondent did represent himself at that hearing. Following that hearing, the ALJ did find that there were violations of the Nursing Practice Act and board rules, primarily that the respondent did violate the terms of the 2017 board order, and that the respondent admitted that he drank alcohol in violation of that board order. And the ALJ's recommendations for the sanction include a 3-year probated suspension. Staff also is recommending the same sanction that was recommended by the ALJ. That would be a 3-year probated suspension to include direct supervision for the first year of the order and indirect supervision for the remainder of the order. Employer notifications, quarterly reports, random drug testing, support groups, prohibitions against working night shifts and in autonomous settings, and a nursing jurisprudence and ethics course. I'd also would point out on page 7 of the PFD, there is some discussion by the ALJ about the aggravating factors that support the level of sanction that's being recommended in this case. And just to hit the highlights of that, I'd like to point out that the ALJ found that the respondent's decision to drink alcohol knowingly in violation of the order was cause for concern. The ALJ also noted that there was an acknowledgement of a family history of alcoholism and that the respondent was diagnosed as having serious long-term problems with excessive use of drugs and alcohol, but that he still felt he could drink safely and denied being dependent on alcohol and drugs. And he also testified that because he had been tested 4 times in the preceding 6 months, he could take a chance on drinking alcohol without being tested. So the ALJ notes that the respondent's deliberate disregard for the order and the provisions indicates a need for continuous testing and monitoring and not reducing the level of oversight. And I wanted to point that out to support the enforced suspension that was recommended by the ALJ, and that's also being recommended by staff. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have in this case.
Any questions, board members, or statements? Okay, if I could have a motion for agenda item 8.6.5.
Madam Chairman, I make the motion. I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose a 3-year probated suspension against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Melissa Scott,
Madam-
I'll second.
Okay. Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
David Saucedo,
David Salcedo, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and I'm Kathy Shipp, and it's 4. And the motion passes. We let the record reflect that Kathy Lederhorn, Maisie Jamison, and Tamara Rose all recused themselves, and that still left a vote of 9. Thank you, members. Next, we'll consider agenda item 8.6.6, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 709306 issued to Bridget Latrice McNeil, SOA docket number 507-202850. Ms. Abel.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this proposal for decision involved a case in which the respondent represented herself. This is based on a California order that was issued on March 12th of 2020. The California nursing license was disciplined by the California Board of Nursing based upon controlled substance discrepancies involving 10 patients. And the California Board of Nursing revoked the respondent's license, but stayed the licensure revocation and placed the respondent's license on a 3-year probated suspension with probationary terms. And the ALJ is basically recommending a very similar order to what the California order was. And staff is also recommending the same level of sanction, which would be a 3-year probated suspension to include direct supervision for the first year of the order, indirect supervision for the second year of the order, and following an incident reporting for the third year of the order, employer notifications and quarterly reports, random drug testing, and a nursing jurisprudence and ethics course. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this one if you have any for me.
Any questions, board members? Thank you. Can I have a motion on agenda item 8.6.6?
President Shipp, this is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll make a motion. I move to adopt all the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose a 3-year probated suspension against the respondent's license as set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Rick Williams, second.
Thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral vote. Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Diana Flores,
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo,
Settle 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Francis Stokes,
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and I'm Kathy Shipp, and it's 4, and the motion passes. Yay! Thank you. You know, I was just sitting there just thinking about what a good job our legal team does for us in these cases, and it's so easy for us, and it's so well laid out that we non-legal people can understand them and go with them and really make our decisions. So just again, to your team, Dusty and Gina, John's not on there anymore, but thank you very much. And you know, that also goes to the audit today and seeing how our enforcement group works, and then the way that our education consultants help us with these amazing programs and these difficult programs and all in between, and then our education staff, and then our, you know, our administrative staff and our practice group. I just think we have a great group. And so I just can't commend you guys, Kathy and everybody, and Mark and all of his hard work. And I mean, all of the FTEs. So we're just close to 130 now. And so it just makes our job easy. Does any board members want to say anything else?
Yes, I want to second all you said.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I was just thinking, you know, when Allison said 1,100 pages, and usually they're about 7 to 8-ish, aren't they? Which is a lot. And then you add that, and then, you know, just our public protection and everything we're doing. And some of these cases are just so difficult. And these are hard times. And then the work you've done virtually, all of this virtual, trying to get us all on board and have us all here and for it to work. And IT, Dan, and your group and everything. I think it's just great. And, you know, I appreciate you. And my goodness, you know, if we went to Austin, we'd still be meeting tomorrow. And here it is, we're just about done. So do you guys have anything else to say? Okay. All right. Well, good work. So now the final agenda item for board discussion is agenda item 9.3, election of the board vice president for 2021 to 2023. So it's a 2-year position. And I just want to say before we move into this, how much I appreciate David just being there and being my support and helping me and being available. And yes, as Alice is clapping, and David, you've just done a great job and you've risen to the occasion. And because there is preparation before meetings, the vice president's in, and so we appreciate you saying that you would do it and that you did it for us, David. So I think everybody else feels the same. So it's just hard to believe you guys have been on here 6 years, and y'all were such a big group that came in all at once, and the learning curve, like Francis was saying. I know Francis thought, what have I gotten into? I asked for the podiatry board and I got the nursing board. Little did you know. So yes. So it's been great, and thank you, David. Thank you for that, and those of you that are reapplying, thank you for that. It's a lot to commit to 12 years of your life to do this. So thank you. So moving on, board member Allison Porter Edwards has submitted her written comments for consideration for her to serve as the next vice president of the board. And I'd like to allow Dr. Edwards to make a few comments at this time.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to also thank Kathy and Carol for the nomination and David for his past service. And you have just a short bio in your packet if you'd like to read that. But as far as campaign promises, since we're in an election year, I promise to have a rapid reflex on the time management, as that's one of the priorities one of the responsibilities of the vice president. And I also promise not to allow our snack allowance to exceed $20 per person. Just kidding. But seriously, thank you for the nomination, and I will strive to serve each and every board member and staff member and collaborate and facilitate productive discussion throughout board meetings, or if I happen to be serving in the E&D capacity in that role as well. And I'll take any questions.
Okay, so what I said was, thank you, I loved your bio, and I was just so proud that you were my friend and my friend in nursing, and what you do for PWD. And I didn't know that I'd called it, I was like, PWD, goodness. And it's like persons with disabilities. I was like, well, that was hard. And for you to have a heart for that and to work with all of those different types of patients is just so very special, and what you've done and opened that up to students and all. And so what your practice is and how you came in and you just, you know, take your job seriously for the BSN part. And I lean on you education people. I don't read your reports as thorough as you do, because I feel like you're the experts and I'm not. And so I just appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate you stepping up and saying, because it is more work. The vice president does have more to do, and I appreciate you saying you would do that. So any other comments, members? I'm almost dizzy from looking at all these squares and just making sure I'm not missing anybody. So it's kind of a crazy part of meetings. So we've heard from Dr. Edwards and her interest in serving. And so now I need to call for the vote. So Ms. Disk?
Laura Disk, 4.
Okay. And Dr. Edwards, vote for yourself.
Can I recuse myself? Although I'd love to serve.
Okay, well, that's a yes.
Okay.
Okay, Diana Flores?
Diana Flores, 4.
Carol Hawkins?
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn?
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Maisie Jameson?
Maisie Jameson, resoundingly 4.
Tamara Rhodes?
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
David Saucedo?
I have to think about it for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.
And Melissa Scott?
Absolutely 4.
Francis Stokes?
Francis Stokes, 4.
Rick Williams?
Rick Williams, 4.
And Kathy Shipp, 4, and it's unanimous, and the vote passes. And so we just want to congratulate you.
Thank you, everybody, for
Edwards.
the vote of confidence.
And so we look forward to this. And board members, do you have anything else to say? Any comments? So thank you, staff, for getting us through this meeting and helping us do our second virtual quarterly meeting. Who knew we'd ever be doing this? And so I have, and Kathy Thomas, do you have anything to say?
No, President Shipp, just to thank everybody for your your patience with our process, with the technology challenges, all of that. We really appreciate your support.
Well, yes, Allison?
Just a question about the future of our face-to-face meetings with the board. Any timeline or estimate on that?
No, the governor does have to renew the disaster proclamation every month, and it was last renewed on October 7th. And that declaration is what makes this waiver possible, so we can do our meetings this way. That is continuing, but we have no idea for how long. Probably longer. But during that time, I noticed that national councils moved all the way through the spring to make their meetings virtual. I think a lot of agencies are supporting at least some way of doing this ongoing. But I don't know what the legislature will say, and we'll see what they say in the 87th session beginning in January.
So just a clarification, if you will. The waiver allows us to do the meetings in this way, but are we mandated to do them this way?
No, we are not mandated. The waiver allows it. I don't know of any agency that's doing it entirely in person. There have been a couple of hybrid meetings where maybe one or two members is in the office with the executive director and the other members are virtual. But I don't know anyone who's doing only virtual. I mean,
well, I'm sure it's also a budgetary consideration since all the agencies were asked to have the 5% reduction, and that saves them dollars.
That's right. And for some boards, it really saves a lot of money, depending on the size of their board. I know the medical board has 17 members. So that's substantial. They also have board members coming in for all their informal conferences. So they're regularly traveling, and they're not doing that at all now.
Just on a personal note, is Austin back open? I mean, even if we were to do things in person?
No.
Are those restaurants and stuff open?
Yes, restaurants are open. Bars are not open yet. That hasn't been approved for that, but restaurants are open. We are seeing a little uptick in the number of cases, so we expect, you know, there could be some restraint in that area going forward, but we'll see. Mr. Saucedo, we really feel for the people of El Paso. I know you all are a very big hotspot right now, and pray that things will go well there and you'll turn around.
Well, we just had today, they just announced 1,161 cases, which is huge. It's I don't know, it's very bad, but the issue they're attributing it to the cross-border travel. Juarez is just, that's it. They're at capacity. They're not even taking anyone at the hospital anymore. People are coming over for care. We're at capacity too, and vice versa. So it's you know, and what's interesting is that a lot of people in El Paso don't necessarily have insurance, so they go to Juarez for medical care, and so it's just this swapping of people, and it's a real interesting dynamic right now. But yeah, we hopefully we can recover soon, because yeah, the community's hurting real bad.
I know the governor has sent some additional resources to that area, and I hope it's making a difference.
Madam President, I have a question. Just as we were going back and talking about when we might be going face to face, just curiosity, have we had any concerns from consumers from, you know, about our virtual meetings?
I'm not aware of any negative comments that have been received about our meetings being virtual.
Okay, good, good. I was just wondering. Or hoping, I guess, that everybody understands.
I think also for our meeting, we haven't done a board development. And so I think we need to look at some kind of something, and maybe if it's something that we've had through National Council, something like that, that we could do that, you know, I just think we need to explore that. Because in the spring, you know, we didn't have our retreat, which kind of gets us ready for the legislative session. And so we might just be thinking about some of those things. So I just, I just wanted to add just one more emphasis. We're still on track for our new building in 22. And it goes deep in the ground, 5 stories of parking, and then up 14 stories, and they're already above ground. So they've done all of that and moving along. So that's huge. So even though some things are kind of shut down, that is still there as well. And so we're moving along. So pretty much, I think we probably plan that January will be virtual.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And then April, we don't know, we'll see. And but E&Ds are going okay, still being virtual, and informals and all.
Yes,
So,
we are doing E&Ds and informals virtually now.
mm-hmm. So
Quite a few.
Mm-hmm. So those will still be for sure. And we know that the mid-year for National Council, is that in February? I don't remember.
March.
Is it the first part of March? First part of March, I think is.
So. Mark, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, and it's they've already said. Yeah, it was supposed to be in Seattle, and now it's going to be virtual. So,
Kathy, I think the APRN roundtable, which is scheduled for April, is also going to be virtual.
yes, I just got that notice, I think yesterday, and they canceled it this year. So the APRN roundtable, I think is, I think I saw April 6th is what they said yesterday. Now, so yes. Any other questions? Okay, so it is 1:56 and we're going to adjourn. So thank you. It was great to see everybody's faces. I look forward to future face-to-face. Thank you all. Thank everybody for participating.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
And thank you, staff. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.